Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday, June the 9th, 2020. This is a notice that's hereby given that the budget workshop meetings of the Commissioners Court of Grimes County, Texas are being held. This is the first one of 4. It is Tuesday, June the 9th. It is 9 a.m. We are at the annex that is at 114 West Buffington Avenue. The meeting has been called to order. Our agenda item number 2 is discuss and review Grimes County FY 2021 budget request and employee performance evaluations. So with that, the first one up this morning is going to be Elections Administrator, Miss Lucy Abada.
Yes.
You are at the podium. And we're going to ask everybody to speak up as best they can with their questions and their comments, so as much goes on in these workshops can be picked up by the system, and these will be loaded up after the sessions. We are not doing Facebook Live for these workshops. We don't have the equipment available to do that for that extensive amount of time. So your department number is 427.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that date, it's 4/24.
And just for a little heads up for the commissioners, each of you have been given the latest schedule. That's the beige and yellow and white. I gave each of you a copy of that this morning. I believe the auditors have given each of us to work from the latest revised budget. And this is, I don't know, version 3, 4, 5, or 25. But anyway, these are the latest cuts and adjustments or additions where necessary. And the pages are numbered. So Lucy, if you know what page number or...
She doesn't. She just has her single budget. You have.
Yeah, I don't have the actual.
So page 15 of 61 is.
Okay, that's where we'll be working at. That,
The page numbers are right.
okay. So again, let me just say at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, on the bad news I gave you yesterday on the x-ray machines. Okay, but I added that into the number that we had worked down to, commissioners, and at this point we're right at $600,000 short in revenue to match what has been presented to myself from all of the other department heads and elected officials. So right now we're $600,000 short in revenue. And bear with me just a minute, Lucy.
Yes, sir.
We are dealing with some unknowns here. One of the unknowns is what's going to happen to our sales tax through the pandemic, through the COVID-19. Actually, what we got in March wasn't too far off the ticket. April and May could be significant adjustments. We don't know that until we get those numbers. The other factor that we're dealing with, we do not know what ad valorem tax is going to be because those numbers have yet to be certified. And we're dealing with the Senate Bill 2, which gives us the 3.5% property tax. So when I say we're short $600,000, the revenue that I'm dealing with currently is last year's revenue. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, auditors, but
For ad valorem taxes, yes.
for the ad valorem taxes, we're dealing with the revenues we got last year. So we should not, I don't believe, get less ad valorem than we got last year. And also, we'll have new properties, and if I recall, the new properties within Grimes County was 267 or 264 rooftops. So whatever revenue that's going to generate, that's going to help us a little bit. But the calculations that I've been dealing with is last year's ad valorem taxes. So that's kind of the starting point of where we're at. If anybody has any real issues with that,
Well, that should be a conservative number, but I guess if we even had that number, possibly 3.5% on top of last year's, not including, new properties, because that one would be, we could estimate that above.
well,
And have that number,
Yeah.
we can kind of know what we can play with in between those two type numbers and get us close. Would that be a possibility? To know what those two numbers would be? This year's plus, and then plus 3.5%.
We're waiting to speak with Shannon Sanders and Mark Bonacke.
Because I know last year it took us, it was July before we really got the.
It's July 25th when they have to submit it. So what's currently happening right now is there's a lot of property under protest.
Oh.
And so that's why they're given that much time, is to settle those. And so we'll contact him again. It's really up in the air. I mean, I don't think they feel comfortable saying anything right now. But definitely I'll call him. It's been a while since I've spoken with him, so.
yeah, we tried last week, but we didn't make contact.
Right. So I'll call again and see. We just felt safer budgeting our current revenue numbers, especially with everything that's going on. And then we had the 3.5% cap. I feel like it's probably gonna be more than that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's gonna be $600.
Well, that's why I was wondering if we could use that 3.5% cap to just kind of say, here's potential, and we can neck it down to, this past year's budget, and then
You can.
here's our, wish list or whatever, here's the amount we might have based on that 3.5%.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We can definitely just figure the 3.5. We just didn't know how COVID would impact
Yeah.
all of it.
Yeah.
So that's where we were kind of standing.
Now,
So, go ahead.
I had a question about something I read. It was the 3.5.5, but another 500,000 was allowable without having to do an election. So, do you know what I'm talking about when I say that?
Currently, I'm unaware of anything to that. Now, maybe if it's new property, it's not affected by that cap.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what they're talking about.
Okay,
But without,
I'll do a little bit more research into that, but I thought that just because it's 3.5, it doesn't automatic. We could go at least 500,000 more without automatically triggering that.
oh, I have not heard
Well, we
that.
have to do an election.
Is that due to the COVID and they're trying to work around? I've heard there were not.
No, that was just originally before the COVID,
Oh, okay.
but
I
with the
was-
COVID, are we not, did you hear any more back from the 8%? Are they still holding us to the 3.5?
My understanding, what the Attorney General has said is that they were talking that you could go up to the 8% with SB 2 if it was a destructive type of situation, i.e. hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, earthquakes, those kinds of issues. For whatever reason, they did not include, of course, we haven't had one like this, but they have not included the effects of a pandemic. So therefore, it's my understanding, unless they have a softening of the heart, which I don't expect them to do, that we are still going to be held to that 3.5% and not be allowed to go back to the 8% because the pandemic does not fit within their scope of allowance.
Of disaster declaration.
Correct. Even though everybody and their brother has been able to declare a disaster declaration.
Just following up on what Commissioner Walker had said, this is all new, the terms are new. And the level of understanding is going to be somewhat challenging at this point. But I think, if memory serves me, you're referring to the de minimis rate, or what they term as the de minimis rate.
I think so.
And that is based on population. And I think we exceed the population that we could do that. However, just just like I said, I'm not 100% on that, I'm not a tax wizard, I just.
I should have bought that article with me.
So we might check on that in
Mhm.
the process.
I think I read it in the article about budgeting that came from County Progress. But not to delay you, Miss Lucy, forgive me. It was one other thing I wanted to say, I just lost it. It'll come back to me.
Interrupt anytime.
All right, I think have you, one more time, Jesse, has she not seen the sheet that we're working off of?
Yes, she has it in front, well,
Well,
she just received it this
yeah.
morning.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Surprise.
Do you see any, and you haven't had much time to review, but do you see anything, and again, setting salaries aside,
Right.
because we're not talking about salaries, because at this point in time, they're going to remain static until we find out where we're at with the rest of the revenues. Do you see anything, and that will probably start down when we get to the area of office supplies,
Correct.
down through, and I know that we've been talking, or at least I've been talking with you, and you've been talking with the auditors on the HAVA grants.
Yes.
We also had an individual meeting with Commissioner Cox
Yes.
for you to explain the benefits of those, but also the liabilities of those, because there is some match money. But I think since we've had that discussion, you have come to the conclusion that there's a possibility we won't have to have any match money to qualify for the grants.
Right, so to address the first part, looking at this, just skimming it, I don't see an issue, but again, I'm a little uncomfortable with committing to it 100% because I just skimmed it for about a minute. With the grants, yes, so I posed the question to find out if we can use, and Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong on the title of this, it's the Elections Admin Fund, is that correct? Okay, so when I contract elections, I charge a 10% admin fee. That is put into a pot and can only be used, it's not counted in our overall budget, it's not counted in any revenue at all except for our area, because it can only be used for elections. So Friday, Jesse and I had a conversation, I posed the question to the state because I have about 19,000 in that pot. Our match for one of the grants is 16,000. Now, one of the matches for one of the grants is a little under 5,000, we've already got that taken care of. But this one, because it's such a large chunk, we were trying to figure out if we can do it without touching budget. So I posed a question to the state to ask if I could use that. I skimmed my emails this morning because I was off yesterday, I had a vacation day, and I hadn't seen a response yet, so I was gonna follow up with them as soon as we were done here to find out. Because if that's the case, then we do not have to come out of pocket whatsoever, which will be good. That means you guys, our grant is pretty much 100%.
But eventually, we do have to come out of pocket because the grants do not cover the full cost of the
Yes.
equipment.
Yes,
So the explanation that I have, and hop in wherever,
yes, sir.
we can get the grants, we can, for the new equipment, for the elections administration, it's almost $400,000. With the use of the grants and the fund monies, dedicated fund monies, we can get that cost down to about $267,000.
Yes, sir.
And we have the option then of putting that on a 3-year note, a 5-year note,
Or so.
or a 7-year note.
Yes, sir.
And what was the payment on the 3-year note?
At the total amount on the 3-year, it was $139,767
Per year?
per year.
Okay.
And that was before we got the grants or anything.
Yeah, that's the total, so.
Okay, and what about on the 5-year grant, what was the note on that?
86,384.
Okay,
And those were at a 2.95 and 2.99% interest rate.
Okay.
A 7 years at a 3.125.
And
What-
what was the 7th year? I saw a
payment?
figure of
Yeah.
60 something,
63,816.
yeah.
and that was 7 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
But remember, guys, that was out of the full 395.
Now, what line number would that be included on?
Machinery, equipment.
Yes,
The
sir.
last,
Machinery and equipment?
Yes, sir.
And for right now, we do not have that in, correct?
Correct.
So where we're already,
What, are you talking about the capital lease, like if you went into a capital lease or purchasing the full equipment? You said what line item would that be on? Are you talking about if you went into a note or if you purchased the 267?
Well, right now, in her budget, we don't have new equipment budgeted anywhere, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And one of the things that the court has to take under consideration, we're going to have to replace our equipment. Not this year, but maybe 2 years, 3 years down the road, we're going to be in a position where we probably have to replace it. The issue with the HAVA grants is they don't come around every year or every other year. Our best guess is it'll probably be 5 years, and in some instances, it could be as many as 10 years
Yes, sir.
before they do come back around. So my concern for the court to consider is, even though we don't, and Lucy's the first one we're reviewing, but even though we don't have excess funds at this moment to talk about, it's going to cost us another $150,000 in a round number somewhere down the road if we don't move on these grants. So whatever level of importance these grants are to you, or capturing the HAVA grants as they're being presented, it's one of the decisions that we have to make or need to make. Is that clear as mud, or does that make any sense at all?
I agree 100%. No, I agree.
So,
We've been pushing it for a while.
Yeah, I think we also have to consider, we're not going to get, so 2 issues here. One, we're not going to get the equipment this cheap again for right now. The equipment goes up, it's inflation, so it goes up every year anyway. The other thing to consider is after next year, our vendor, neither one of the vendors will warranty the equipment that we have after next year, because it's 20-plus years old, they can't guarantee it, and we're actually running out of, for one of our operating systems, we're running out of replacements, so we just had it recommissioned and serviced, and they were, luckily, Becky had bought a backup, so we actually took one and were able to mill them together and turn them to Frankenstein, but it'll work, but we're running out of avenues to do that.
One other option or avenue that we're looking at right now, Commissioners, is because we have the CARES Act and we have the $200,000 up front that the state is sending to us, and then we have another $800,000. One of the things that I've asked Lucy and MJ in the auditor's office to do is to look at, because this new equipment is more portable, we can dispatch units off of the string of voting equipment. With COVID and pandemics like this, and people avoiding lines and crowd control, what is the possibility of having more of these mobile units that we can go out and do curbside service for those individuals? That being the case, and I don't have a yes or no on this yet, but there would be ample money remaining in the CARES Act that the state and the feds are sending our way. I don't know if we can get it approved in that, but if we could, that's another avenue that we're looking at as we speak. The downside is we don't have the answer to that at this moment, and we're still dealing with a shortage at this moment, and this is pretty frustrating.
It is.
So
Lucy, what was that payment for 7 years? I missed that one.
Yeah, 63,816.
816. And what was the percentage?
3.125.
Okay, thank you.
And our vendor did say that financing, the percentage should stay, if not right on point with what they gave us originally, just within a few percent, just less than a percentage.
Judge, you talked about CARES Act money.
Yes.
Does it have restrictions?
it has restrictions, and there's some things that you can't use it for, absolutely. One of the things is if we had new equipment in this year's budget, then we couldn't even talk about it.
Right.
But since we don't have new voting equipment in this year's budget, and it's something we would consider in our next budget, in the 21 budget, then it's my understanding we are in a position to consider that as a COVID expense, and the possibility that we could get it covered through the CARES Act. So
Yes.
Lucy's been challenged, along with MJ and auditing, to do their research and see if that's a possibility. That being the case, we could acquire this new equipment and we could cover it all with one, the HAVA grants, and two, the remaining amount through the CARES Act. But, you know, that remaining amount is $265,000, somewhere in that nature. So if CARES did allow it, with what we're being allocated, there'd still be enough in there for us to assume that cost, which would be outstanding for our county.
Yes.
With the uncertainty of where this pandemic is going, would we really want to look at that?
I don't understand your question.
I mean, it's not over, and the money is for the pandemic. So what I'm saying is, if we commit the money from the CARES Act based upon the pandemic, and the pandemic is not over, what happens if you need money in
Well,
other areas?
You only
If-
have until December to spend this money.
You only have until December of this year?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and the consideration is too, we've talked about this is the initial 200,000. So this is the first cap that we have to meet until we can actually get the full 800,000, correct?
Right. We have to use and validate the first 200,000
Yes.
before they will consider
An additional.
the other 800,000.
Yes, and the judge and I also discussed, we're not necessarily proposing to use the full 200,000. We could offset and say the county can't afford to do this portion of that 267,000 with the assistance of a 10% of the 200,000, or whatever it is. I mean, there's always kind of a wiggle room there, but I do understand your concerns there, because we do have other things than just elections that have issues.
Yeah, because we started a whole line item of stuff.
But
So,
right now, Commissioner, we're not even close to covering the 200,000. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
That is, yeah.
okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, between face masks and gloves and hand sanitizers, let the world know this is hand sanitizer, and hand sanitizers and sneeze guards and things of that sort, I don't think we've spent 50,000 yet, have we? From what we've been tracking, there might be some additional expenses, but I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, but
And if I could add, some of the concern has been whether we're purchasing in a wasteful manner to meet whatever guidelines we have to get additional, or we're purchasing with a fundamental value of this is going to be applied correctly and with, the option to work for the county.
Yeah.
So, we can grab face masks and hand sanitizer and all this stuff, that's great, but are we putting more waste, or are we going to do something that can come to value and be able to spend more money, make us money later on in the avenue?
Well, my concern was I didn't know what all was going into that. And like the office where I am, I know diversion crew has been on lockdown. So
right.
you got other things that roll into that too.
Yes.
So.
Well, it's like your mowing expenses,
Yes.
you had to go on the outside, that mowing expense, which is normally done for free
Yes.
within the county, those charges need to be applied to
Yes, they're
COVID
supposed to be
expense.
rolling over in there. I've always rolled
Are you
on there.
informing them that those expenses are due to that? Are you informing, like on your
Yeah,
invoices?
yeah, I'll
and-
let her know.
Okay, as long as you're doing that, so we're asking that all departments make us aware of those, because if they don't, then it would be hard for us to say, oh, this is COVID related or whatnot, unless it's like a big expense.
And Mary Nichols has added a line for, correct me if I'm wrong, but for COVID expenses throughout the county. So without having to go through department, we can go to that line and it's, okay, we've got the COVID expenses captured.
I saw it last
I don't think I'm
week.
speaking out of turn, but she sent us an email on that.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, like those additional expenses, then that's what that initial 200,000 is to help us cover some of those items. And until the sheriff releases the lockdown for the diversion crew in the county, we might incur that all the way through mowing season.
Well, I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Sure, no.
Completely, because I know that, the initial money, but I knew it came with some restrictions.
Absolutely.
So, it's a great idea. I'm not knocking the idea at all. I just want to make sure.
And I'm just, I'm thinking, or trying to think out of the box a little bit as to what are some of those additional expenses that we might be incurring, or we might continue to have as a result of this COVID situation. We had a call yesterday with not with the building committee, but with our contractor and our architect on the idea of they need to capture some of what are the components of the building that might be related to COVID activities for security and things of that sort, so. And I don't know that's gonna get approved, but at least if we think about it, we talk about it. If we don't ask, we don't get, I'll put it that way. And I'm all about asking. So commissioners, do you see anything, and I know this morning is the first time that you've seen these revised numbers, although I don't think the EA department was cut all that much or
I
revised that
haven't
much.
seen any numbers, so when you say revise, what do you?
Well, you had an original notebook and that had numbers in it.
It was the sheet here that has the lines. It should have been, it wasn't in your notebook, I don't believe. It was just sitting on, the table.
Oh, can I get one of these?
You already have one
I do.
too. They were
Are you
all
talking about?
on there.
There were
Today,
Yes.
Oh,
ma'am.
you're talking
Well, they're not blue and white, they're gray and white.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the one that's on the table, I did get that, yes.
But what you had in your notebook was the request that had been turned in.
yes,
So you could.
but not a proposed, so I just wanna make sure I didn't miss something.
No.
Yes. So do you have the gray and white sheet?
I had a gray and white.
Okay, so
That's the latest.
we were on page 15.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the numbers, the last column are the numbers that the judge has set for his preliminary. So this looks different from our past years, 10 years or so. The first portion of it, it's now we budget by position. So it's gonna show you all of her positions that she has available, what's budgeted for those positions.
Mm-hmm.
It breaks it down because we have now set to where our actual lines that print on budget analysis is salary, hourly, salary part-time, and salary temp. So you're able to see like hers is 4106, so you know that Lucy is a salary, so that's where her budget number comes from. And then her clerk is an hourly employee, and it tells you the 4110. This is very beneficial when you have several employees underneath you, so you're able to see. So that's how it's that's how it ties together. But the bottom portion, it looks exactly like Hill Country for the most part. So you can see where salary pretty much stayed the same, with the exception our group insurance went down, and I believe our retirement and SDB went up a little bit, not very much. But her office supplies, you could start where her original for this year that's currently budgeted was 3,000. It dropped by 200, Lucy. It dropped to 2,800.
Right.
Okay. So those are, you're comparing the 1, 2, third column and the last column, the sixth column.
And where postage was 8,000, it's now down to 5,000. So that's a $3,000 cut.
And that was discussed in the meeting if you want to, if you have any questions or objections. So again, you can go down the list. I'll let you take over, Jeff.
Lucy, what the special election expenses, because that increased by 5, what was that about?
The special election, there's no increase there. We
It's
usually
printing
maintain-
election supplies,
Oh.
Judge. It went up. Or no, it didn't go up either.
No,
I'm
we
sorry.
stayed, those two
Special-
lines stayed the same.
So special election we have 7,000 and it went to 12,000.
I think we maintained it well.
So,
No, that's not correct.
That's, yeah, if you look on the page 16, line item 8047, special election expenses, you'll see that in 18, she did 23,000, 19,
okay, so
2.6, and then it was budgeted 12,000 this year.
So let's go back then.
Yeah, 'cause it's-
You have the 8,000 accounts, which should not appear later on, they're working on that. But what they had to do, what the company had to do is they had to be able to map, because we consolidated some accounts, we changed some account numbers. We wanted it to be consistent throughout the entire budget. So if you're looking at repairs and maintenance vehicle, it should all be 412. And some of them were 410 and others were 412. So they consolidated it. And they had to use these 8,000 accounts because they wanted to show this is what was in Hill Country here. And then they consolidated it into new line items, or they had to map it out and move that experience. So I forget about that. I didn't.
So where did that 7,000 come in under?
Yeah, 'cause that isn't.
So the 7,000, so there are gonna be some errors,
Okay,
I say
which is
errors,
in
but
there.
there's gonna be some that don't jive exactly.
It should say 0, basically, because that was created.
No, it should say 12.
It should say 12, and it did, it came from 8047, which shows 12.
Yes.
So it came from there. Did you change their account number for special elections? I think you did.
I don't think we're going to, but we
You
really
changed
don't.
that account number? Because it's now 4353, and it was 8047. Well, it wasn't 8047, but it was 447, yes.
Probably so.
Well, because I guess that 4353 was 0, 18, 19, and then it showed 7, but it didn't exist in last year's budget, right?
No, it did.
It
Well,
did,
no,
it
the
was just a
43.
different account number.
Well, that's what I'm saying, the
Yes,
4353 didn't
43
exist.
didn't exist,
But
yes,
the
I
80
understand what you're
the
saying.
80, yeah, the 8047 did.
Yes, sir.
So essentially that 7 should be 0 since it didn't exist.
Well,
It
that
was-
7,000 is, shows to be an amendment to the amended budget.
Yeah. I mean, overall, that 7,000 is incorrect. We maintain a 12,000 and half. We have not touched that since I took over last year. And we typically don't. We maintain a 12,000 because that affords us at least 2 special elections.
But it is captured.
It is captured and it is kept separate. The way I was trained with Becky is we always want to maintain at least 2 special elections there. So it's about 12,000 for something small. So we use that, we leave that alone, we don't ever transfer in or out. No, that's
And
correct.
special elections will be classified as runoffs,
No,
possibly?
someone passes away, someone steps down, and we have to host one that we would not normally host.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
or a liquor license.
Yeah, something like that. Could be.
We talked a little bit about if you went with new equipment, where could you reduce?
You ask me the hard questions, Commissioner.
Well-
No. So we did talk about that. We talked about that we would be reducing in a couple areas. Staffing would be one, and because of locations, we would reduce in locations. We need to consider that, and I've said that before with you guys, that we need to consider going down from 14 locations to 8 to 11 locations in full operation at any big election. So our 100% would then be 8 to 11, which will reduce staffing as well. And that also reduces the number of staff I need to bring in to help deliver if I don't have a diversion street, things like that. The last election I did with myself and one other person, it was a little difficult there with that.
What about line item, the rentals and contracts?
So we actually reduced that anyway. Overall, I reduced several lines.
That one increased.
No, it's, hang on one second. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant polling place rentals, my bad. For rentals and contracts, yes, rentals and contracts, it's gonna be really hard to reduce that because that's dependent on our vendors and their inflation. So usually, I believe Jesse and I talked about this, it's 2 to 4% increase on our contracts on a normal basis, no more than 4.
We had talked about on rentals and contracts too. I thought that you were trying to, about Vista. Did you ever hear back from them?
VOTEC?
Okay.
VOTEC?
Yeah. Good job, Commissioner.
Only can use for voter,
So I have a note right here.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yes, so we could, so we included okay, let me back up. VOTEC is our voter registration program that we use right now. That's a little over $12,000 a year right now. That's how much it costs to maintain them. We are trying to jump from that contract and go to TEAM, which is a state program, and that's free. It's a process though, which is why I included it in next year's budget, because I cannot guarantee that we will be done by October 1. So right now, we've already started it. Like, I started this process back in last May. It's taken us right at a year to get on board and get started. We started the first step for dropping the contract with Votech 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It was delayed because of COVID. Everything's delayed because of COVID. So we started that, but right now the state is anticipating that we will be able to drop that contract in August, but they will not give me a guarantee. So just to keep us on the safe side, we went ahead and included it in next year's budget, but we may not need it. Or if we do, it may be a prorated amount for just a few months into October, November.
Okay, so you haven't heard back?
Yeah, I haven't, and I've pushed, but they're just not giving it. It's dependent on the state and how fast they can work. I worked with Cat Lee, and we were able to get our street index and everything, which is the first step, got that all parsed out and sent to them. That's the first step to get started, and they said that could take about 2 weeks to a month because everybody's working from home. So it can take a little while.
So that could be earmarked because we won't really finalize the budget until August.
Right,
Or something
right.
like that.
Yes, and that was our plan originally, both when Jesse and I talked and then when we had our initial budget discussion, yes. Our plan is that by August, I will know, if not sooner, to say, hey, we're done, we can now take this 12,000 back, or do, whatever, and work on it that way. It's just a little unknown right now.
I'm asking these questions, I'm not gonna treat you any different than I would somebody else.
No, you're fine.
But your original adopted budget was 32,000, and if you say,
Let's see. Yes.
Votech had been in there previously,
Uh-huh.
right, in that 32?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and you anticipate a how many percent increase?
2 to 4%, but they're not the only contract. So that's not the only one that's included in this.
So Hart and Votech?
So we have Hart in there, Votech, No Ink, and
You had Hart InterCivic, the software license, and we did a 4% increase
Yes.
into that.
Yes.
Votech, which was the 12,000, the Hart license and support for the poll paths for
Mhm.
Hart InterCivic.
yes.
Okay. 3,000. What was your other one that we said?
Should be.
Our total package was 30,000. She will email the quote.
It's a potential of 30.
Okay.
One of the issues that we always have too is our budget season doesn't always line up with our vendors. That's always kind of a struggle. Now, one of the other things that we looked at, so if you look at anywhere from 30, if we have Hart plus the Votech, that's right at 42 or 44, because the original budgeted amount was 32,000. With a Hart InterCivic increase plus just Votech alone, that's gonna be right at 44, if I'm doing that correctly, unless you see something different.
Yeah. Did you email me that quote for 30,000?
No, they haven't given us, they don't give us anything until the end of June.
So I think that's on a little high side. If, I think maybe they'll come back down
Yeah.
a little bit
Yeah.
from the 30, and you would be able to back off of that.
Their potential discussion with me was right at anywhere from 30 to 32,000, depending on how much equipment we maintain right now, and then what our service calls are, things like that. So like these small calls that we have to make for the current equipment, things like that. So that's 30 to 32,000.
So that will come in June.
Yes, that is what's coming at the end of June.
But if we were able to go to the new equipment, that should reduce it, not?
Not necessarily, because you still have your warranty. I knew you were gonna ask that, so I was gonna flip to it. I know you will, Jake. Let's see. Okay. So the license fee is 12,000 on that. It'll go down a little with both the license fees with the new equipment and the like annual license and support for the warranty. That's a little over 13 and 12. So it goes down a little bit less than 30,000, but not much.
And that's in what line? The rentals and contracts?
Yes, riddles and contracts.
Okay, so, but regardless, that 44 is a variable number at this point?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And we are working extremely hard to get that done, because that will save us a lot. And at this point, I've had multiple conversations with the judge. That 12,000 is not an expense that we should be accruing when we have a free option.
Okay. So if we were able to eliminate that, that's gonna take us back closer to the 32 versus
Yes,
the
sir.
44.
Yes, sir.
All right? All right, any others down the line, going for repairs and maintenance on down? We reduced dues and subscriptions. Cell phone, the reason that one's a little bit higher is because of the hotspots that you have during election times, is that correct?
Yes. We tried to reduce it a little bit by no longer using cell phones, we're only using the jetpacks or the hotspots, but those are gonna be a variable cost. I mean, they
Sure.
can go higher or lower depending on what we need.
Okay. Advertisements and legal notices, we reduced by 500.
We did. And again, that's, typically our stuff is only gonna be, of course, surrounding the election time, if we have to. Next year is a lower year, so this number will go up and down depending on your election year, so we have less elections next year.
Okay. And travel and conferences, we reduced that, what, 2,800?
We did, yeah. We're gonna cut out a couple of our extra conferences. We're gonna move to something that's gonna be a little bit more cost efficient, which is going to one-day travels or conferences that are, traveling and training that we can do with another EA or with someone that we don't have to do overnight.
Well, and so many now are doing webcams and
Yes.
seminars like that, so.
And again, we may be able to lower that later. There were some things that Becky did, a previous EA, Rebecca Duff, that she used to do, that I may not necessarily take advantage of right now, only because I'm so new, my little brain can only hold so much. So we need to work with what's gonna be the most lucrative for us.
Okay.
So, auditors, moving forward, some of the numbers would say 427, 8,035, or 8,000. Those are new numbers we're gonna be seeing.
You should not be seeing them.
We should
We are
not.
trying to work with them currently. It was for their mapping process.
Okay.
Into the new account numbers. So we're currently working with them to try to have that resolved. The problem with them just deleting, we could take it out and not print it, but the problem with that is we need those numbers in order for their ending total to match what was truly budgeted in fiscal year 2020. I do have a ticket into them. It is in the processing testing stage, but we just haven't seen results at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
So in summary, we don't really need to pay attention to the 8,000 numbers that we're gonna see throughout this.
You're probably gonna have to pay attention to them a little bit,
Previous
just
year-
for
previous year's
instance, like
budget.
Lucy's.
Yeah.
Hers was actual 12,000. I put a note here to, because I'll put a ticket in for that particular account. If you see any other ones that are like that, just let me know. And we'll try to get that resolved before our final budget, before we print our final budget. So it'll be true and accurate numbers. I apologize for that.
Any other questions for
Road
Lucy?
number,
What?
a road number
Right.
stuck in there somewhere.
It's actually
So,
Yeah, doesn't do good.
looking at the report from this morning, the column all the way to the right, the total departmental budget is $250,813. Is that correct?
Yes.
That does not count the machine.
It doesn't count for the machines, no. It
Okay.
does account for other equipment though, correct, Lucy?
I'm sorry, what doesn't?
It does account for other equipment, because you do have, no, you don't,
No,
Machinery equipment.
you don't have anything in machinery.
no.
It did on your request.
Yes, on my request, yeah.
Yes, okay.
So that is,
My request.
if I understand it correctly, that is about a $22,000 decrease?
Yep.
Yes.
And I don't add up $22,000 over here.
Do you have it with you?
These numbers are just a little different from what we discussed, so, yeah, it's a little hard to, I don't want to throw you under the bus.
You're not throwing me under
Okay,
the
good,
bus.
'cause I'm like, oh, this is good. Well, Jesse's my friend.
No, you're not throwing me
So-
under the bus by any means. We have wrestled, we
Yeah.
have just wrestled with them on all of this
It's
and
been a little bit of a chore. I mean, I'm
It
going
has been.
back and forth with Jesse, so I I'm kind of almost OCD. I look at our budget every month and then request any changes every 2 weeks from them. And we've noticed that there are some numbers that don't quite add up once we've switched from Hill Country to FI. So we're trying to work on that because there's been a few items.
Yes, and budget has kind of been pushed to the back of the line because we've had other priorities that they've had to fix on that. But what was budgeted in fiscal year 2020 was 272.
Yes.
That number, the total number is accurate. So if you look at the column, any columns as far as the original or the amended, it'll show you $272,729. That truly was budgeted in fiscal year 20. So you truly are reducing, and that part of that reduction comes from machinery and equipment. She had $20,000 or $24,000 in machinery and equipment for this fiscal year. She has 0 for next fiscal year. So that's where your biggest reduction came from.
And my original budget worksheet that I requested, or that I submitted, did show a reduction anyway. I mean, I'm trying to reduce on a yearly basis if we can.
So with the machines, it's about a 19% increase in your budget, is that correct?
Yeah, give or take.
What did you just say?
With the machines, it would be about a 19%.
Increase in.
Okay.
That's give or take.
19%
I may be wrong.
increase?
Yes, that, according to my math.
If we
I may
did,
be-
are you
that's
meaning new,
commission.
like if we went new machines?
Yeah, if we included, your figures here, 324,000 with the equipment.
You would only do $267.
Yeah, remember, this was submitted before the grants came out, too. So, that's with the whole amount, that's when we were gonna be paying 64,000 a year versus what we could potentially be financing now. So that, of course, can change
That would almost double the
with those, with the.
Right.
100%.
It'll be a 100% increase.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless
With-
we
Oh,
finance, yeah, or.
Right, if you finance it, whatever.
Mhm. And of course,
Or tax notes with the bank, I think we'll get better interest that way, or whatever.
You can. It just depends on the financial situation that we end up in as to what people want to do.
Yeah.
But the interest rates are low.
Yeah.
You can hang with the best we
I know, sorry, here.
can. Just don't ever call me for help. Now,
She'll hang up every time.
Right. Not talking to you.
I call her, like, FI's broken.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Lucy, because we are going to get to do this again with her?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
That's special.
I am special.
I'm running to the restroom, just go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Cox, you good?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Dobianski?
Yes.
Mallon?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucy.
All right. Sorry.
David, are you out there?
Let me see. Okay.
It's not?
Do you need to get somebody?
Lily, I'm calling her.
Okay, so David, DMC's budget, the original and amended, it's gonna be, the total will be the same. And actually, all of his lines should be correct because he only has one 8,000 account that's appearing in there. So we should be good on his budget.
So we don't need him?
No, I'm saying, like, if you look at the original and the amended, we should be good. For fiscal year 2020.
Did you show moving,
Do you want me to call David?
No, I'm done.
Oh.
Morning, we have you scheduled at 9:30 for a budget workshop, Commissioners Court. Are you on your way? Thank you. Bye. And his department number off, Your top of the head?
408, and he's on page 8.
7 and 8.
7.
Okay,
The bold numbers are at the bottom and it's confusing me because I'm
I'm
thinking they're
sorry,
at the
I
top.
have his, I have his sheet. His sheet is page 8. I apologize. So 7 and 8.
Yeah, it does start as a bold. Usually it starts as a bold, right?
Yeah, that was confusing me.
Okay, so y'all let me know because it's still in testing phase. Do y'all want to change some things?
Well, I would think the
It's just
title
fine
should
to
be
look at it,
the
yeah.
beginning of it, not at the end.
Well, yes, I get that, but I'm not sure if I can change that.
No, it's just how to look at it. No, let's do it. Just, you don't know. Usually you look at bold and you find the number that's on that page. Now, that's on the page.
Yeah. So I'll ask them if they could do just a bold title, but leave the bold grand total.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right.
I do want to point out that when we were meeting with the judge, I don't know which time this was, but anyway, the judge wanted to move the first responders that we, the donation that we make to first responders out of non-departmental and put it under David's budget, and also the BB Wax annual maintenance. And so that's an increase to his budget of $78,000, just so y'all
but it's a decrease out of another budget
Right.
of 78,000.
moving across the line.
I wanted to say that the comptroller, I think that's who I'm saying it right, asked the state to look at a 5% from all of their departments. So I was just trying to see if we.
5% reduction.
Yes.
Yeah. Along with all of their institutions of higher learning.
Who requested that?
The governor.
Comptroller.
Oh, the Texas State Comptroller.
That's because of lack of sales tax. No, your chair. Shut everything down.
So our sales tax will be down too. So Mr. David, good morning. What's your department number?
404, page 7.
Page what?
7.
7 or 8?
What's his number?
7 and 8, 408.
7. You're different.
Oh, okay.
He's 408.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Page 7 and 8.
I got it different.
You have a different?
I mean, I'm going to his original request is what I'm trying to find
Oh.
in my book.
Oh, I don't know where.
Mine's kind of hard to read.
Is it in order? By number?
All right, again, no adjustments have been made to salaries at this time, so all of our discussion is going to be on page 8. And it would be starting with office supplies. But Mary, would you restate what you stated a minute ago, what was transferred out of other departments into Mr. Lilly's?
Yes, when we were meeting, the judge wanted to transfer from non-departmental, the first responders, $15,000, and that's the amount that we've been giving them for quite a while. And also the BB Wax annual maintenance, which is $63,377.38 for this next year.
So those two were added to Mr. Lilly's departments, which is going to show an increase in his, but a reduction
In
in
424.
in 424. Okay, so if we will go back up to office supplies. Based on history and expenditures, his has been reduced to 300 by, which is a total of $90. Postage, we took that out because he'd been budgeting, hadn't been using. I guess you've been
Subdivision. That was right.
Once in a while.
on the
Very
subdivision.
rarely, but it was related.
And since we've moved the subdivision over to Road and Bridge, then the belief was that you probably wouldn't need that. If you did, you could sneak it through HR or somewhere else.
Put it in the judges.
Put it in the judges, yeah. And then rentals and contracts, that was the PO box, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, again, once we get into the new building, a lot of the, bless you,
Thank you.
a lot of these post office boxes will probably be or eliminated because we won't need those. But repairs and maintenance, communication system, 16,000. David, do you want to give just a quick explanation to the commissioners of what that entails?
Sure. If you remember, I think it's been, I want to say about maybe 2 years ago that we first started this. We looked at possibly setting up a maintenance contract with Northwest Communications for our VHF system. And I advised instead, because of the continued cost of the maintenance contract and whether, not knowing whether or not we'd need it, I felt it was more cost effective to simply pay as we go. And so far in the last, I want to say about 2, maybe 3 years, that has worked very well. Every year, a portion of this ends up going back into the general fund by the end of the fiscal year. We don't use all 16,000. But we've had a steady number of maintenance visits that Northwest has had to make. So I'm not sure what the final amount's going to be for this year, but again, every previous year, there's been some of this that's gone back to the county.
And Dave, you wanted to rename it because that was the original intent, is what you just stated. But you wanted to rename it the Public Safety Communication because you wanted to add the north side generator?
No.
To this, that's my notes.
Well-
You wanted to add the north side generator
Oh,
to
yeah,
this
yeah,
maintenance,
okay,
the
yeah.
BB wax system?
Yeah, because I was thinking, we have a line item on here for the BB Wax annual maintenance, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, you're not, that is our fleet.
Any maintenance done on that site, that this money that we're paying covers goes towards maintaining the actual equipment within the tower site. But anything that we added to it, like the generator and the gas tank, the butane or propane gas tank, those are on us. So,
Right.
yeah.
So that's why we renamed it.
That's fine.
Because it was originally just for the VHF system,
Right.
VHS or F?
I don't think it said VHF though, did it?
Yes, it
It
did.
did? Okay.
And so you wanted to include the generators, any repairs to the generators?
Any repair to the generators, and also, is it possible to include when we don't think we're gonna have to do it very often, but we may have to from time to time refill that tank. Would this be something we could use that for also?
Refill that tank?
The
Propane tank.
That's actually up to Commissioner's Court as to what you want this line to include. We've had before, the court prior to this, it was VHF, don't spend it on anything, anything else, don't transfer the money. That was its specific intent. So now that we've renamed it and it's changing, I just need clarification so we can make sure our office knows when invoices come in that these are the only things that can be coded to this account. So that's really up to you guys as to what you want to be included.
Because we also have a propane tank on the generator at the North VHF site.
Yeah, so I have in here that north side Keys, south is GW, voting repeaters at both sites and voting repeaters at the sheriff's office.
And the south side, we share a generator with GNW, so.
Right, so that's
No,
what-
the GNW?
G&W is what you told us in our.
So we don't have any cost involved with that, but on the north side, much like the north VDOT site, we have a generator with a propane tank installed out there.
Okay.
So again,
So
kind of give you an idea though what we're talking about as far as cost. We had a power outage back, I want to say, I think it was in February at the north side of VDOT, and it was out for about 4 or 5 days. And the generator was running. I checked the generator and it used maybe a fourth of what was in the tank. So based on that, I think that what we have in that propane tank would be enough to sustain us for at least 8 to 12 days. And that's, I'm using that basis of what happened during Hurricane Ike. You remember that, Commissioner? We had power out for like 8 days. But still, as time goes on, we're gonna have to replenish that tank. And it's not a significant cost, but I need to be able to make sure I have someplace I can use to do that with.
Well, it probably runs monthly as well, then, for a period of time. Just-
It does, but it uses very, very little. It's very fuel efficient, so.
I'd like to get back to what line we're talking about, 14?
410.
14.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
410.
that's your repairs and your maintenance.
So
Now,
I guess my question is, would refilling the propane tank be considered maintenance? I think it is, but I want to make sure I clarify that.
I would think it's maintenance.
It's
My
operational
point
power.
is going somewhere else.
Okay.
When we put money in special lines, that was created so that we could monitor that line, know what's going into that line. If you're blending it all together, that's gonna make it hard, significantly hard for us to know what's happening to subscriptions to BV Wax. And what else did you move?
So the BB Wax, the subscriptions are our annual cost for BB Wax, that's in a different line item.
Yes.
He was
Okay, so where is
confusing
it
the
at?
two. It's at the end, 4641, right before the
Yes,
8,000.
next to the last line item.
4641.
It's a
4641,
$63,000.
BB Wax, that's our annual maintenance. So that's
Am
what
I
we,
missing something?
page
On
8.
page 8?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Not at the very bottom, but at the top portion before the bold, 2 lines up from the bold that says general
So
fund
the
emergency
63,000.
management.
Oh, okay, so we didn't start, so the hills actually started on page 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm missing.
And that's why I asked David to explain what was in the 16,000, so you'd have an understanding.
Yeah, I kept looking for it.
Yeah, up until now, Commissioner, that 16,000 was just to pay for, like Jesse was saying, it would pay for the maintenance of the DHS system. Whenever they had to make a visit out to the site or do any kind of repairs or replacement of the equipment. But now, we're wanting to include the generator and the propane tank in that too. Even though those are for the BB Wax system, there are equipment and they are public safety communications.
So this printout, the department comes after.
So we
I
were
think that's
talking
what
about
was
that
confusing
earlier.
me.
This is in a testing phase. So
Okay.
I have a note to make sure that they add the titles at the beginning and then still have the totals bolded.
Okay.
So, because right now, the title's not at the beginning, it's underneath it at the.
Yeah, and that's why I was down here in somebody
Yes, ma'am.
else's stuff.
Yes, ma'am, it is different.
So BB Wax and first responders are still coded
Separate.
separate.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
What is special projects? That went away, did it?
Yeah, I think you took
That was
that out.
for the fencing when you had that, was that out at VDI's? When you needed the fencing and setting.
Around the
all-
tower and all,
Around the
yeah.
tower, yeah, that was for that.
And that's all done.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, the site is now complete. Our portion of it, I'm not sure if BB Cog has finished the fiber optic portion, but that doesn't pertain to our budget at all. That's all separate from us.
Are we good with the 16,000, commissioners? For the time being?
Yes.
The repairs and maintenance on the vehicle, we're just gonna let him run that vehicle into the ground, but we have 1,000 in repairs and maintenance for that.
If I could speak to that real quick, so far, that vehicle is doing very well for me, and I have hit, I think I want to say I'm about 170, 180,000 miles on it, but it's holding up very well. Had very little maintenance on it, except for one point I happened to do some corrections on the front end.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it seems to be doing well, but it is getting long in the tooth, so I'm watching it very closely. But for now, I think we can continue to make use of that vehicle. I know that, I think the habit is, like for the sheriff's office, replace theirs a lot sooner than that, but they put a lot more wear and tear on theirs than I do, especially the type of driving that they do often.
Well, I think it's important we keep you in the vehicle and off your bicycle. You know.
Yes. Good advice, Judge.
At least we haven't had any medical with the vehicle. All right, moving down the line, fuel, 2,500. Dues and subscriptions, we've got that at 300. Cell phone, air card, 1,500.
I am looking at the feasibility of switching my county cell phone over to AT&T, so I have access to FirstNet, much like the sheriff's office has done. I am talking with Greg about that, but also with AT&T. I'm somewhat concerned about, I have my own phone on AT&T, and recently basically what they've been doing with my account is they've been throttling my account, and that's very common with users or people that have cell phones, where they will cut back the amount of, not the amount of usage that you can do, but the bandwidth. And I talked with the AT&T rep about this. I said, you know, with my own personal phone, that's one thing, but I said, if I switch over on my county phone, I can't have it be throttled. I need to make sure that, you know, because I need to have it where it's always available, you know, for emergencies. And I don't know, I haven't had a chance to talk to Todd about whether or not they've had any issues with that with their phones, but I am looking at the feasibility of switching over, but I haven't made that decision yet.
Okay. Advertisements and legal notices,
That's gone.
that's gone.
Yeah, that was also.
That was with the subdivision. Travel and conferences, 2,000. Tires and tubes, 800, that's a set.
And that's been in there now about, what, a year, 2 years?
Yeah.
Again, I'm watching my tires very closely. The last time I had them switched out, I opted to get a different type of tire that has, it's basically a stronger tread on it, and it's served very well. So far, it's holding up well.
Okay. The special projects, that's gone to zero because we don't have any special projects now. Those are complete. First responders was added to your department because that goes along with your emergency management and along with what you're doing in the fire departments.
Now, would I, much like I do with the sheriff's, or the sheriff's office, with the fire departments, would I be signing the invoice for the first responders now too? Is that something the Commissioner's Court wishes me to do, to provide that oversight?
I would
They only
think
get one invoice a year for theirs, so
Yeah.
that's 15,000.
If it's in your budget, it's
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
The BB Wax annual maintenance, that's 63,377.38. That's a pretty exact figure.
That's pretty exact.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's likely, again, it's gonna change. The amount per radio is actually gonna go down by next year. But our overall amount is probably going to go up a little bit. So I foresee that it's probably going to balance out pretty close. I'm not sure, I'm not saying it's going to be exactly the same, but we have added a few radios since this number was calculated. But overall, for BB Wax as a whole, there's more members now.
Right.
Madison County has come on board,
Right.
Jacksonville Police Department, and there's more radios added to the count, so that brings the overall member cost per radio down. But we don't know for sure what that's going to be yet.
So where we say maintenance, really it's a maintenance and subscription
Yes, sir.
fee.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Any-
usage.
That's a large number. Any questions on that? Okay.
That's it.
That's it. So
So-
we get back to the 8,000 numbers.
So on the FirstNet data, or AT&T, right, that you're
Yes.
looking to go to, is that gonna cost more money?
I don't know
Is
yet.
that something you're gonna do? So if you can find that information out, and if you're gonna switch to it, and then you can switch beginning October 1st, and that way you have the budget for it.
Sure.
But we would need to know if you can keep your phone when you
Well,
move
would that
over.
actually come, is that budgeted under Greg's now?
Cell phones are budgeted under each department, but Greg handles it.
Okay.
He's the one who sets it up, gets the information and stuff, but he's not supposed to, if you have to create a new line, which you don't, because you already have it, then you shouldn't be allowed to get one until it comes before court or it's approved in your budget. But we would need to know, because I have a feeling it's gonna be more than what you're currently paying. We just wanna make sure you have enough funds for it, if that's what Commissioner Court prefers.
Any questions for Mr. Lilly? Mr. Lilly, we will meet again, but thank you for today.
All right.
Well, is there a salary increase request here, or is it a tank?
No, that's the adding this stipend.
So if you look at the top
Oh.
portion above it, it tells you, it lumps it all in together.
Oh, okay, it's stipend.
Yes.
So it's not, it's on.
Okay, next up is going to be
HR.
Talita, are you out there?
She was, they need a phone call.
Talita is going to be 405.
Nine, 4, 5, go up.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good. Hold the pass this note along to you. Let's send it.
Thank you.
Okay, 405 is going to start on page 5.
Is this the same thing that was submitted by Lucy, or you changed it?
No, I changed it.
All right. Okay, so we have the HR director, Talita. We have one clerical, that'd be Donna Blankenship.
Now, her salary did change, because she'll be receiving tenure.
Yeah, because you get your 10 years next year, in January, right? Okay. And then we have part-time in there for, we don't have any part-time in there this year.
You have 10.
Mhm.
Yeah, temp clerk.
There was,
Right. But that's what, mainly for vacation time or
Or if
sick
we go to
or
conferences
conference?
together.
Gotcha. All right, and just to mention, commissioners, because we haven't said it yet, this year we were at 2096 hours payroll. This year we're 2088 hours payroll, where standard is 2080, but auditing keeps messing with the world's calendar, so anyway.
it's always our
We keep
fault.
adding subtracting days in the year, or what?
Already, always our fault.
No, not your fault, but you just keep changing it to be in compliance. But anyway, so this is a reminder that the hours that we're paying are for 2088 in 21. Okay. I'll drag it down to office supplies. So we were 1,200, we're now 1,000. The postage, do y'all get within your department, do y'all get a fair shake on the postage? Because y'all kind of have a central location, and hopefully people get,
The postage machine is set up for each department. They
have to put their
select
code
it,
in.
And then we print out a monthly report, and then it gets charged back to those departments.
Okay, do you think the departments get fairly charged where they're supposed to be?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right.
Judge, I don't think the individual departments run their mail through the machine. I think that's,
They do. They don't do it themselves. They bring it to Donna, and Donna runs it through.
Okay, so she puts the accounts
She
in.
puts the accounts in. They don't touch the machine.
Oh, okay.
It's myself or Donna that runs the machine.
So if I had extra and needed to run it through on Mary's department, I could talk to Donna about that.
I guess if you want to do that, but it probably wouldn't happen.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. So postage is remaining the same.
All right.
Rentals and contracts, that's 100, that's your PO box.
Yes, sir.
Dues and subscriptions, it's a minimum amount, 230.
Judge, I think she just requested 200 for that.
Well, I think Jesse, we went back, that might be a typo on my spot, on my part.
It is. The
Yeah.
examiner is $41 and she does the SHRM membership for $189, so.
So that's 230?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Are you a notary?
No, but Miss Donna is.
Okay, Donna is, 'cause I think it's probably, I think it's important that one of the two of you probably have that ability.
I was gonna see, since she just recently got hers, how it works with just having her do it. If I feel like there's a need for it, then, you know, I can
Okay,
do mine as well.
all right. New chart item 740, you want to tell us what that is?
That's a cell phone.
Okay, because previously that department did not have a cell phone. Now that you've moved in, you felt the need to have one.
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Travel and conferences, 2,400, it was 3,000, reduced it by 6. Drug testing, background checks, we've moved all of that to HR. There was some of that that was in Road and Bridge, and I don't know where else through the county, but felt like it was probably better to have that administered through HR commissioners. Does that sound reasonable to y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's just that's a variable number. I mean, not all departments require it, but if we do have an accident over at Road and Bridge, generally the drivers get drug tested, or I don't know, do we do that for the SO?
I believe they have their own, they do their own testing over
Yeah,
there. That
okay.
doesn't come through HR to my knowledge. I'm still figuring out which departments do what, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they take care of their own over there.
All right. Then machinery and equipment, we dropped that to 0. It was 0
That should be, did you take that out, Jesse?
on the machinery and equipment.
Because I had put 500, just in case.
Or I would take it out by the instruction.
What was that for?
It was just for maybe the docking stations or any machinery and equipment that we need. I had to purchase a new hole puncher this year, but there's,
So we went off of, Lucy had submitted one.
right, Lucy
And
had
then
submitted one that.
It was 0, it was pretty much the same. You resubmitted, but I don't know if you talked to the judge, and I didn't talk to him about that. So you can talk now, they can let me know.
I had put some of it in there just, so the parts where you see where I decreased in the office supplies and the training and stuff, I tried to use some of that to cover the cost of like the cell phone line without increasing the budget. But being new in that department and not realizing or knowing exactly what I need, I wanted to put a little bit of machinery and equipment in there just in case. If there's something that comes up that I feel like the office needs to be more productive.
Well, is that more, I guess, for, computer type stuff, something,
I did speak to
for
Greg
IT, or? would you
Cannon, and he was
purchase,
talking about
or-
maybe going away with the desktop stuff and then purchasing docking stations, since that office has a pretty new laptop, to make it more mobile and flexible in case we have situations like we did with the COVID-19.
That would be under his, right? And then, I guess if anything like you're talking about, could that be under office supplies?
Right, like I said, I purchased the hole punchers that we needed.
Yeah.
They were using manual hole punchers, and I found out in the last week that we hole punch quite a bit on documents, and so I had to purchase some, instead of having 2 machines, one that does 3 and then a manual that does 2, I bought us the ones that does both. And there's no machinery and equipment in line there. Of course, I'm gonna have to move money this year to cover it.
Well, it's not up to me to deny money in machinery and equipment, but you just made a comment that you don't have a docking station there for your laptop. And it might be with this COVID, and maybe we're not through with this, where you have to take the system home. So maybe we need to, if we need to purchase a docking station, maybe it needs to be done under the COVID parameters.
And do it this year's budget.
Do it now. Well,
Under the
and
grant.
ma'am,
Under the grant.
yeah, under the CARES Act, get that refunded.
Okay.
I'm gonna highlight this. Would you talk with Greg and MJ?
Uh-huh.
Well, and also, I think for machinery and equipment, I think that's kind of what we're putting in there for under, office, not necessarily under office supplies, but more computer-related type stuff, printers. And maybe like your whole bunch would be considered an office supply instead of a machinery and equipment.
Yeah. Anything under a quarter horsepower ought to be office.
You wanna move the 500 into office supplies? Is that normally if it's supplies are usually considered consumables. And that isn't, I mean, we'll do whatever. Normally, some of the departments I know have an operating supply. We don't have an operating line here. But technically, your consumable items are office supplies, something that's disposable.
Clips, okay.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I think for the most part, we've been using that machinery and equipment as a, well, I guess some of it, thank you,
No.
some of it is other. as
It's
well.
any machinery or equipment.
That's true.
You know,
So you
my
can leave
calculator
that for
breaks
that.
this year.
Yeah.
It's not really an office supply,
Yeah.
that's a machinery and
You can leave
equipment.
that in.
Don't debate her, Commissioner, she came out of auditing
And purchasing.
and purchasing.
So y'all are gonna put 500 in?
I think so.
Yeah.
In where, machinery and equipment? Okay. All right. Team building, that's something that you have in there to
That's
try to
right.
do the development.
Development, in the past, it's been used for open enrollment. But as I get my feet in a little bit more, I would like to do some more team building projects within the county at time and permits.
Okay. Employee recognition, you bumped that up, but I think you've done some research.
I did, and
to s-
on the back of the sheet that I handed you, gives you a breakout of all the employees that are gonna hit a milestone in 21, from 5, 10, 15, all the way down to 35 years.
Okay.
We've got 24 employees.
So you've already gone ahead and kind of figured out what the cost will be for their recognition.
It's attached to
All
the
right,
back of that as well.
that's good.
The Healthy County Rewards, there's nothing budgeted at, but we receive money from TAC. And that money gets receipted through the treasurer's office, and then it's moved over into the HR budget. And that is typically used towards the end of the year to buy something for the employees of the county, health related.
What line is that?
That's 4608.
4608.
not on
I don't have that on here.
Is that a new one?
No, it's not new.
What is it?
The Healthy County Rewards.
It's not on.
Go from 7 to 9.
4607,
Yeah, that's-
4609.
That's one line that we haven't really ever budgeted for because we never really know when we're gonna get the money.
It varies. I think they've received it already this year. We just need to get in and transfer it from the general fund back into HR.
You know how much we got this year?
I want to say it was like 800.
1,000 or just 800?
800. I think. Don't hold me to that. I'll have to double check. But at least he did say that the number does change from year to year.
Okay.
Depending on how healthy we are.
I believe so.
All right, then we get into the 8,000s. Any additional questions, commissioners, or comments?
Yes, it's, my observation is about a 3.5% increase, if my math is correct.
Yes. Which the majority of that is, you know, last year it was budgeted 400 for employee recognition. This year I'm asking for 8 because of the number.
And this year's going to be more of a correct budget number versus a guess.
Correct. I've already went through and pulled prices of the plaques and various, and that should be a pretty hard number.
Okay.
So is that different from what we've got, because I've shown 600?
Yes, I went back and pulled a couple of different reports, and when I was finalizing everything, I saw the original report that I pulled, there was some employees left off.
Oh, so you're saying the employee recognition is 8?
Yes.
I didn't catch that. Did you get that, Jesse? Employee recognition?
I haven't, no.
Okay,
It's on the budget request that she just submitted.
yeah.
Right, so I'm not gonna, they can submit additional requests, but I'm not gonna change it without being instructed to, as far as what you guys are doing.
Well, I think you need to go ahead and,
I will,
Oh,
but
okay.
that's why it wasn't changed prior to.
gotcha, okay, so we've heard it, okay. Anything else?
No, I said most of my numbers are based off of what Lucy had done, with the exception of going back and verifying the employee recognition
Okay.
awards. You know, until they're in their full year, I'm not really gonna know if the office needs to operate, so I'm just gonna do what you guys do.
All righty, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
County attorney, well, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yes,
And Philip, I believe the majority of that is the tenure and the salary is what the biggest part of that increase is. Tenure for the salary.
Department 460.
Okay.
Starts on page 20.
You know, last year when I took away from your department, without kind of sharing with you. and
I
you got-
remember it well.
Okay, all right.
Just like it was yesterday.
Okay.
What's your number again?
You didn't decrease it enough?
So, I want to let you know, this year I increased it without telling you.
I'm not sure I'm any happier.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna find a happy medium here somewhere, just leave it alone, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Jesse, what page did you?
28.
28. And is this John's first time to see this format?
It's everyone's
First
first
time,
time to see
okay.
it, yes.
So John, what you see is a breakout of you, a breakout of your singular staff, different supplements that you're entitled to.
Is he seeing the same thing we're seeing?
He's seeing the same thing we're seeing, I think. I think.
I can only assume, Jesse, why is it that Corey's total is 250, 603, 79, and this total is 250, 198, 41, do you know?
Where are you looking at?
That what she submitted, when she submitted this request, that she told that, that's different than the total at the bottom of y'all's page.
That's confusion, and then 250, 198. Oh, yours is more. than
Yeah,
what-
hers number is $500.
There was, well, one, our insurance rates changed.
Okay,
Here, you have that, I'll take this.
yes, ma'am.
Let's see what numbers. So I think she kept all of the fringe the same.
And insurance went down this year.
Insurance did go down, yeah.
Okay, so rentals and contracts went up. We had 1575 and now 1656.
Postage down. Office supplies down. Personal area.
We've got 1656. Is it your rentals and contracts, is that Relux, RELX?
What are you asking me?
Is that your rentals and contracts, is the RELX? Do you?
Sure.
Do you? Okay.
Relax. You need to
Relax.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the name of a book or a name of some subscription that, but it would be legal software and books is all I know.
Yeah, I think it is. subscription, it's a subscription y'all have going, and so I ended up, you're paying currently $134, and it looks like it's monthly. I put $140 just in case it goes up, so that's 16, maybe we'll work that down to 134, that'd be. So 134 a month would be 1608, and y'all only had 1575. So you were gonna go over budget if y'all keep that subscription, so I ended up just increasing it a little bit, just in case.
If you think the number's right, I'm okay with that. It's up by 70.
Yeah, so I put
$80.
138, and that would be, so it's 134 this year in case it goes up. Have some increase on that, I just put 138, so that's 1656.
That's like $80 for a year. And I cut $100, so we're still in that cut, right? And I'll tell the court, I've told you this before, my budget under salaries is approximately $10,000. It's actually less than that, but I try to cut at least $100, which would be 1%. And so I've said before, if the court wanted to mandate that folks ought to be cutting 1 or 2 or 3%, I think we can do it. But my standard is to try to do at least that 1% when
Sure.
I come in the door. So now that number is not going to be 1%, that increase on that rental contract, but I have said, and you don't need me to say this again, but I say it anyway. I feel like if folks come in and they're honest with you about where they think things are going to be, they buy a certain amount of credibility so that when it comes time for a budget amendment because the numbers are off later in the year, that you're going to say, hey, you know,
No
this
problem.
guy has credibility or this girl has credibility. So I don't want to come in with a bunch of stuff that I don't need or it's just a guess. I want to be as accurate as I can be.
And we appreciate that.
One of your increases would be the rentals and contracts. The other one is we had 2096 hours, and we only have 2088 this year. And then you have also the decrease in insurance, a small increase in retirement, but not a big one.
Okay.
So,
It's all above, in my mind, that's above the line, so if it's all above the line, I
Yeah.
have much control over it.
And when you're looking at that new report, when you get into the 8,000 numbers, don't pay any attention to those.
Except for the fact that you need to add them
Well,
for the total amount, you need to add them.
Do we have new lines that like prosecution expenses and
304.
rentals and maintenance? Repairs and maintenance.
So you're gonna eliminate those at some point, is that what the plan is, the 8,000?
yeah, they needed it to map and
New numbers.
something to do with their mapping and keeping. Eventually, when they don't have any activity, they won't show up. And they're working on it currently right now, just because it's confusing to everybody, including us.
I don't have your original budget request list, so I was, I was asking about prosecution expenses. I don't see a history.
It's moved up to 4304, so instead of 8178, it's moved up to 4304. It's the same amount, it's $200.
Okay,
Is it not? in your
so it's
budget?
not new?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not new, and those cover, on occasion, we have some expenditure, whether it's some outside copying or whether it's drug testing. Some of you guys may know that there became an issue with the amount of THC that's in marijuana to determine whether or not it's hemp or whether it's marijuana, and so there's testing that's required. So I have to use my discretion about which cases we're going to get testing on, things like that. But prosecution expenses would also include dollars if I had costs for CPS or for protective order hearing.
I just didn't see an original budget for it. It had zero, so I didn't know if it was a
That,
new.
you'll see the original budget in the 8,000. That's one of the lines that we had to change the account number on, and it should show up in the 8,000.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, and so that's where they were mapping everything, because that account number changed. They had to create that 8,000 account to map it to the new account number.
Okay.
pretty easy, Mr. County Attorney.
Thank you. I hope to make it that way. Also have the law library budget, and we came in last time, and I think the number was 10, and Corey hadn't received the latest increase to our description with, I think it was with West, and she said based upon the new contract that she calculated that we would only need $9,500. So the original request was 10, and then we asked to drop it to 95, and that's what I see now.
Mary, is that in the 424?
No, that's Fund 31.
Oh, funds, okay.
460. And we dropped it down to 9,500.
John, what's our legal requirement
What's your
on-
page?
What's our legal requirement on the library? Do we have to have physical books for them, or can they have access to a printer,
Who's that?
inmates? Or who's the law library for?
Well, it certainly can be. We've talked about this before, that I understand from the jail commission that there has to be access for the inmates. But most of the inmates will have counsel, either appointed or hired, and so it's not typically an issue. The sheriff's office has always indicated to me that they had a concern about utilizing an employee to come sit on one person in the law library while they use that endlessly or whatever period of time that may be. So the policy that we had adopted was that if an inmate had a request, they would submit it to Sergeant Atkins, and he would submit it to Corey, and Corey would print out what the person requested. Now, where that creates a problem is if the person is saying, and I've had this show up, give me all the law on search and seizure. Well, that's, there's some that's both in the penal code and the code of criminal procedure, but there's a lot of case law. And so you have to know what you're searching for, and you have to review it all and determine what applies to your case and what doesn't. You could be there for hours and you could walk away with a stack that's that thick. So the policy that we have is we've instructed Sergeant Atkins to have those folks give us a statute number or give us a case name, and we'll print that for them. All to say, at present, we don't have a policy of a bunch of inmates that are coming in with the specific jailer that's sitting on. And as far as the patron access or access by the public, I mean, I'm seeing less than a handful of people a year. So we shouldn't be charging people as a filing fee for law library expenses. We don't have a law library, but most of the hard copies that we have in the law library are obsolete. So what we're going by is that one computer that's there. It's a terminal that through Lexis provides patron access. It's a limited research mechanism, but it sits there ready for anybody that wants to use the research, and we pay on a yearly or on a monthly basis, and I can't tell you that number, Jessica, maybe if you care what that number is. And then in addition to that, we pay to keep the black books updated. Those are the statutes. So that's what comes out of the legislature every biennium is an update to the black book. So that's the only thing that we're keeping updated that's in there. And the usage by the world is very slim. So we're probably never going to use what all is in this budget. And as I discussed with you all, we were talking about the construction of the new facility. If there was a desire to have a place that we could call the law library, even if it was just a terminal, it could be placed in the new facility, and I think these dollars could be used to contribute to the construction or the maintenance or whatever it may be. Now, that thing was originally next to my office. Well, as you know, my office is no longer in that building, so I don't know whether you intend to construct a law library over there or leave what is in the sheriff's office, nor do I know what the sheriff intends, as it appears that most, if not all of the folks that are in that the current law enforcement center may be leaving other than the sheriff's office, and maybe DPS. If he has all of that that is his offices, CID may be where I am, or who knows. I don't know what he intends to do with the law library, so we probably need to think that through and understand that you have some dollars here. We're certainly not exceeding, the amount that we expend does not exceed the revenue that comes in the door.
Thank you, sir.
Before you go, and I'm talking to the auditors, on page 42, he talked about 10,000 on the expenses and reducing them, but it shows something different. Am I looking at it correctly?
Are you looking at the revenue? Because you have both revenue and expenditures.
I'm
on-
looking at expenses. I thought
It
expenditures.
says law library expense, 9,500.
Mm-hmm.
You said 10, that was the original request that I made. I don't see that on here, so.
Okay.
When I was here at that last meeting, I think I said orally, I think we can drop that number down to
Okay.
95. So I don't
All
think
right.
it ever got into the prepared budget or
Okay.
prepared budget draft.
All right. So that number is correct, the 9,500?
Yes, ma'am.
Not the 93, okay.
Do y'all have what that number is currently in the fall library? 98,000. Did y'all hear that? 98,000.
What is that number
The fund
represent?
balance.
Oh,
And I don't know what the revenue is per year, but my understanding is we don't receive revenue. The expense doesn't receive revenue.
The revenue's around, 15,000.
So there you go, get a $5,000 net or so. And we need to use the money.
Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Foltz, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's back on time.
And we have,
Krieger.
Commissioner, is Randy out there?
When I was principal at the Luther Unit, we had a law library in the education department. And we had to, so, you know, we had inmates come in there all the time. I mean, got a lot of,
So when
they call them jailhouse attorneys.
Yes.
when we designed over there, it wasn't your desire to have the library over there, or what?
When we designed over
The
at the
building.
new facility? Right, well, it was, and you can look at what other counties have done, but what you have to incorporate into the thought is, hard copies, the books are going to be obsolete. And is there a desire or a need to continue to get those? And if not, and, you know, we don't have an endless supply of money, as you all know, $100,000 doesn't go extremely far, certainly not when we're talking about books. And so it seems to me it's better for us just to use that money for a terminal and some legal research software. That takes what, you know, a station? I mean, so I would think a law library more and more is going to look like one or more stations. And if we had high demand, there were people in there, you know, all day, every day, or most days, then more than one station. But given the numbers that we've seen, I don't know how you justify more than one station. So whatever, that's what I thought it was going to look like, was a cubicle where somebody could come and sit down and do some research. It was going to be next to my office so that there could be somebody had some oversight or offer some assistance to the public that came to use that.
Commissioner Cox,
But we were
I need
going to
to
be
call
behind
in.
the locked door, so we weren't going to just be a public, you know, somebody walking off the street necessarily. They'd have to have an appointment, those kind of things. But my office is gone, and my understanding, the law library itself is gone. So I don't know where we put that thing at the end of the day. There's talk about my office moving to the courthouse. I don't know if that's going to come to fruition, but I don't know that we want to, since it's not necessarily ADA compliant to get to the third floor. I don't know that you want to put the law library on the
Third floor? You go to the third floor?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
But the view is tremendous.
You can't change the second floor, and the people on the first floor aren't moving out, so it is what it is. But point of all that to say, I think it's worthy of having a station somewhere. I haven't heard the sheriff saying that he wants to change the law library, but it will surprise me, because now he's going to have to deal with the folks of the public coming in and out of his office, potentially his offices. So that's just something that you need to be cognizant of and figure out where it's going to go. We need to spend this money, or else we need to, it's just like the mediation thing. We need to stop charging folks the fee, or we need to be using it for a law library.
We need to start reminding folks of their appointments on these hearings. No.
All right, how you doing this morning?
Good. Where's everybody?
Don't sit down.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
You are front and center.
All right. Jumped out early.
We're ahead of schedule.
Good deal. That's always good.
All right, so 8:37, is that what we're looking at?
No,
No.
it's Fund 36,
Fund 36.
Department 465. I
Hmm?
gave you the cheat sheets, but
That was a pocket call, I'm sorry. Yeah, gotta go. Oh, that's fine, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
What page are you on, Miss Mary?
45.
45 and 46.
Oh, you saw me on
On 45, it's just revenue.
Need something, yeah. You talking?
Did you get the fair all cleared out?
We're working on it.
Oh, still?
We're probably fighting flies now. It's
No.
all- After that, it's always happened.
No bodies or anything
No,
out
no,
there?
everything's looked at. Got
Good.
a lot of cleaning up to do, but it's getting there.
Is there a diversion crew over there, or y'all on your own?
I don't think they can release them yet.
I would say this is no
I didn't think
version.
they were.
This is what they're.
I saw Mr. Love and another officer, I guess, mowing the grass for the day. Yeah, had to do it by himself.
You didn't call in sick yesterday, did you? Okay.
This book is out of
Out there mowing without a shirt on, I was gonna make sure that you didn't say, oh, I got too much sun.
Oh.
What I thought I had.
If there's no page number here, so I don't know what.
Okay, I got it. That's what I had. Thank you.
All right. Do we need to wait for Jessie, Mary, or you?
Yeah, she said she was just going to the restroom, so.
Okay.
She might have decided maybe.
She went to get some more snacks, probably.
She got a
She got
snack
a
box
box of
down
crackers,
there.
yes.
She gotta have a variety.
Nice to meet you.
The format that you're looking at is a little bit different than what we've been having in the past, but this is the situation where we are making the transfer from, I always want to call it countryside, but Hill Country over to FI format, okay? So your numbers are going to be on the far right-hand column.
Okay.
And when you first look at the salaries in that business, it's broken down between your salary and then Ramon's salary and
Okay.
things of that sort, so. What page is everybody on?
46.
46.
Oh, okay, while we talking about salary, it says payroll hours over, okay, I got you. So hours changed too, did we say that already too?
We haven't told you. This year, we're at 2096 because of leap year, I guess. And normally, hours in a year is 2080,
Okay.
but auditors wanted to work a little harder, so they're making us work 2088 this year. So will we be back at 2080, 20 and 22?
I believe so.
Y'all haven't decided yet?
We've got to count the days.
We just haven't made our mind up.
Okay.
Is there an occasion that it's under 2080, if we're over 2080 every now and then too? How does that work?
Don't bring that up.
Gotta make everybody something.
Don't bring that up. All right. So we have the fairgrounds manager, we have yours, we have then maintenance and custodian, that would be Ramon. Salary hourly, payroll hours. Insurance did go down this year, Randy. That's something that TAC somewhat controls with the insurance company. On office supplies, we're at 200.
You left that the same.
Yeah.
Requested that the same.
Operating supplies is 9,700. You want to best you recall what that entails?
That's our, all of our cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towels, hand soap, sanitizers, floor cleaners, most of the stuff, and we buy all that locally here. So
Okay.
Could we get that cheaper through going through Al purchasing that?
I don't know.
That's something we might need.
One of the things that we've done is we've put an awful lot into Al Peeler's maintenance. He's doing bulk buying and all of that. Commissioner Cox, what are your thoughts?
It's definitely worth looking into.
A review of?
Sure.
Yes, I mean, I'll be glad to get with him and show him what we're paying. We get
About how much y'all go
We
through a
get
year.
80% of it from Navasota Industrial. The other minor things like the stuff that we have to get marks off the floor and stuff like
Right.
that, we get through Turner Pearson Bolts.
Okay.
You got marks on the new floor?
No, the old one.
This new one ought to cover them up pretty good
It
though.
should,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, would you get with
I
Al
will.
and take your shopping list, compare it to his shopping list? And, you know, part of the issue is gonna be transferring it to your location or getting it to your location, but he's gonna have, at the new facility, he's gonna have kind of the maintenance barn with all the storage, and he's supposed to have room for those supplies, so he could have them on hand for you.
Okay.
Or he might could have them delivered to the location and just all be billed out of his.
That's a possibility. That is certainly
They
a
can be quite
possibility.
bulky and heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to meet again before this budget process is over, but I'm gonna highlight that one, we can talk about that.
Okay.
Postage, we have that at 50, no change.
No change on.
Rentals and contracts is 3250. It looks like that's down,
I think we proposed 3,700 for this year, and,
And what all do you have in there? Because I have your PO box for 50
okay, and then, part of that is the
lifestyle.
rent that we pay for the sign to Navasota Livestock.
I have
for-
that
For that,
for 300.
and then the rest of,
Bags.
that would be, I think, that's where we put, like, if we have to get a man lift to work on putting in ceiling tiles and rental equipment. A lot of the stuff, you know, like out in the barns, when we have to change out lights, we have to get a man lift to get up there. Same thing on the ceiling tiles and changing out light bulbs. We can't get up there with a ladder, so we have to rent a man lift, and we have to do that probably 2 to 3 times a year.
How much does that cost?
I think they're about 4. We just got through with one, I haven't gotten his invoice for the fair. It's about $1,200, I think, for a week or something like that.
And you do that 3 to 4 times a year?
Well, okay, probably 2 times a year at least, yeah.
So 2,400?
Mhm.
So we budgeted, we budgeted
3250.
3250. So right now, your annual, your PO box for 50, your Navasota livestock auction, I have is 300. Your bags I have as 1820 for a year. That's 2170. That leaves 1080 left over, and you just said that you needed,
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else we have in there.
and that does not include any lifts.
Okay.
so are we short on the budget number?
Yes. And because I didn't have, when I do rentals and contracts, I always look at your annual, and those lists, those can vary. You may not have any, you may
Yeah,
one
and
year.
sometimes we may not have to do that, but
Right.
we may go a year without having to do anything like that.
Right. So you could, I mean, you could up it to where at least you have enough for one, and then if you needed to come back to court, if maybe
I
two.
think what we proposed was $3,700.
Was it? Okay.
And I feel, last year, I think I had in there, we reduced it by $335, and I feel comfortable. with
Because
that.
you were at 4,035.
Yes.
previous. So,
So that would leave that would leave 1,500 in there, so enough for one.
okay.
I'll
So
put
what number are you putting in, Jesse?
Whatever number you instruct me.
So can you get by with 3,700?
Yes.
Okay. 3,700.
Okay.
Instead of the 3,250.
32.
And then if you find before the next time we talk, you really need to have it twice a year, or you think you can have it twice a year, then let us know, and
Okay.
we'll put it in. I say we'll put it in, we'll talk about putting it in.
Okay?
Right now, we're at a deficit, so. All right, repairs and maintenance is 45,000.
I think we lowered that from 80,000 last year down to 45,000. And so, that's something that we're having to watch pretty close, as far as, you know, plumbing, electrical, anything like that that we have to call people out
Yeah.
for, so.
Do you think with the new work that you've been able to do this year and completing this year, that there's a potential of that going down, or?
Possibility. I mean, I know in the past, I mean, that's an area that we can look at. I mean, if we have to, you know, drop that 10% or something like that, I mean, that's something that we could consider. But, I feel like with the work that we've done especially on the main hall with the new roof, the painting, and now that everything done inside, we should have a little bit less. Also, now we've replaced all those old troughs in the men's room, made all those ADA urinals and stuff like that. So, if we had to cut that 10%, you know, I could work within that, I think. If that would help.
And your plumbing problem,
Right, yeah. And that, we're gonna continue to have that just because when you have events, I mean, during the fair, we had somebody walked out one night, we had a hose bib right there by the gate, and I don't know what they hung on it or whatever, they hooked it with a wagon or something and broke it off, and so, we're gonna have that here when you've got events with animals and horses, and somebody just doesn't think, they just drop the reins over a faucet, and somebody walks by and the horse spooks, jerks, breaks it off, and then we get, you know, so.
but if you had to look at cuts somewhere, where would you, because we're still looking for 600,000.
That probably would be the only area that I think we could do that. The only reason I would even be hesitant about it is because the one old well that we have, it's down to producing about, probably about 12 gallons a minute. And I know that at some point we're gonna have to replace that pump, and I don't know how expensive that's gonna be. And so, with the new well that we brought online, that well's producing about 30 gallons a minute. So we almost doubled our capacity. So if we did have to shut that well down, we'd still be okay. We got through the big deal, which is the fair. That's where we use our most water. And so.
And we did okay this fair?
We didn't have a problem, other than when we brought that new well on, we upped the volume, and when we also upped the pressure, and that caused a lot of sediment to break loose in the lines. We had some people complaining about there was too much chlorine in the water. A couple of animals were allergic to it. We had to keep trying to adjust the chlorine in the water, but thank goodness we didn't dye anybody's hair blonde. So I don't think it was that strong.
How deep did we go with the well, Reggie?
200, and I think the well, actually, they drilled it down to 260 foot. Actually, the test well they drilled was 500 foot. And when we hit, where we initially started, we hit rock, they couldn't get through it. Then they moved over to the other side, and the same thing there. And then they moved to where we actually got the well. They got through it there, and we drilled a test well all the way down to 500 foot. We didn't hit anything past 250, so they backed up. And I'll get the well log. Joel's gonna give me the well log on it, but that has to be filed with the state also.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that they went down probably 260, 280, and then they come back up and set the well at about 250. So that way you got to get that water table in there. But from what he's telling us, I mean, we've got a pretty good volume of water there. So.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. So we're fortunate there, because that area is, I mean, everybody that lives out there came and said, you know, where are you at? You know, how much water are you getting? Because even like Bill Bay, people like that just said, you know, Gerald Shashelski and them said they have very, very limited water. I mean, they got enough for households, but not enough for anything else. So, and we ended up drilling the well at, I think they drilled it at 10 inches, and then they cased it at 6 inches. So we should have plenty of volume.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to make a comment on that line item. What I encourage caution by reducing that line item. We're in the process and have committed to a pretty big expenditure on bringing the fairgrounds, repairing some of the major things that need to be repaired. I certainly would be cautious about reduction in maintenance. I don't want to do all this work and then not
Let it fall
allow
apart,
for
yeah.
enough money to maintain it, and we're back in square one in short order.
For the time being, let's leave it at the 45, okay?
And again, I think once we get back through some of the COVID-19 stuff, I mean, we've been taking a lot of calls for rentals, not only for the latter part of this year, but going into next year. And so anytime, the more you rent it, the more maintenance you're gonna have.
Sure.
So,
What, not to get off,
I would be willing to reduce that to about, just say 40,000, if it would help the county, I mean, if it would help the budget. I know that's not.
well, it would, but
much.
what Commissioner Cox is talking about, you know,
Well, that was some of the reason why we did some of the improvements.
Correct.
And we talked about some of these things would go down because of the improvements
I
we
would just
have
leave it that
made.
it's an option if you need it, you know.
You're gonna be looking for money.
We'll work around it.
Like Commissioner Cox was talking about, if we had some planned, scheduled type maintenance on stuff that we have improved already,
Yeah.
and utilize that, and we have a pretty good idea what that number would be, to make sure we maintain what we've done.
He sounds like he's pretty confident in his numbers.
so what do you want us to put, Randy?
At this point, we're still in the preliminary planning stages of the budget. I would say we leave it until.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
I was gonna ask the question, because it does deal with the budget. When do y'all think we might wanna open up?
Well.
I know the governor's going to 50% on restaurants and stuff, and 75% by the 20th. I don't know when he's gonna go to 100%, if they're ever going to 100, but,
I've actually got events scheduled for July that we're still just pending.
You can have 50% occupancy
Yeah.
right now for the big.
yeah.
So,
And what's your occupancy out there?
well, we don't have, we've never had a fire marshal, but based on the square footage, probably 900 people, 800 people would be
I'd
the
say at least
maximum, I
800
think.
people.
I've got chairs for 700 people, 700, 800 people. I think David can remember, we had one to go Texan event several years ago, we had 1,100 people
Yeah.
paid to get in the door.
Wow.
So, and it was crowded, I mean, it was maxed out, but, I'd use 1,100 as our max, but seating capacity, 750. So if we
Okay.
Well, we have 1,100 max capacity in there, you can put in, 500.
So you can just have 500 groups of 550.
Yeah.
So are most of your groups under that number, or are they?
Yeah, most of them are, especially the family things are,
Yeah,
300, 400. people.
Birthday parties, quinceaneras.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
All that's probably 350, 400 people. And I just know, because when we go in there, once they get it all set up and decorated, walking through there, I'll count how many tables and chairs they've got out
Yeah.
and stuff. And it averages probably 400, so we're probably still well under the limit.
okay.
Speaking of chairs, Randy, did you get a chance to look at those chairs that I picked up at A&M? Are you interested in those for that?
It's a good pop, yeah, I think those would work good in the Lions Club.
Well,
Because we bought some from a wedding planner that was going out of business, and we bought about, I can't remember what we bought. We bought about 400 of them, I think, from them. But we had so many of them old brown ones that, we constantly have to place those ends on.
Yeah.
But some of those, we just had to stack out in the barn. But, yeah, I mean,
there's probably approximately 800 to 900 still over there. We could get enough to fill that hole.
well, my capacity in the Lions Club's 150 people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would make that nice.
Okay.
All right, moving down the line then. Fuel, 1,800.
Right now, you know, with the price being down, but like everything else, I anticipate it to go back up. And so with having to run 2 mowers, I mean, it's a constant thing, keeping up with the mowers and the tractor and stuff like that, so.
Do you mow over there?
Yes,
Do you keep your shirt on over
I
there?
do over there, yes.
Okay. Just curious. Dues and subscriptions, we don't have anything there.
I don't have anything there. I think I mentioned to Commissioner Cox that I contacted the Texas State Fairs and Exhibitions organization that they put on annual, I know they do one event a year, their big event. And when I was here before, I was a member of it, and then Wayne chose not to renew that. But I have talked with Douglas Bohart, the chairman and the president of that. And he very much was excited about us getting back and joining. And all of it, you go and you go to the convention, you meet people, you find out about a bunch of different, actually that's how we got our first dog show, was going to that thing. So I don't have anything in there, but I probably could work that out of rentals and contracts. The dues and subscriptions, what about our chamber? Jesse, where does that come out?
We had talked about that. Did you?
I have a call in for him, I haven't talked with him, but we have like 3 or 4 departments that are paying the chamber, and I'm planning to talk with the chamber that I don't know why we can't have just one fee for the county instead of having 3 or 4 different
Actually, I know
departments.
what I do now, but we do a trade out with them. Our chamber dues for, they use that for their business expo during the week. And so I've been working a trade out with them whenever they do that.
Okay.
So you won't be paying them?
I don't think so, no.
Cell phone, air card, 4.5.
That's strictly the one cell phone that we have, that
I'm
Ramon
sorry.
keeps. I use my own, I don't charge the county for it, so right now, I think, and I don't know what the cell phone rates are, but
We've checked into it and we've adjusted accordingly if there was a need to adjust. But you said that you use your personal phone, so who is this cell phone for, remote? Okay.
well, it's listed as Fairgrounds Mobile.
But remote is using
Yes,
it?
and if he's gone or something, then I get it, I keep it. But
Okay,
it's mainly for like an emergency number, if we have late hours or something, that he keeps that or whatever.
okay, so, your rate currently, can you tell me how much your Texas State Fair membership would be?
I will call and ask. I can look it up, because it's posted on their website.
Okay, let's do that and go ahead and change it out of rentals and contracts. Let's change it accordingly if you plan on joining that, and we know that ahead of time.
Okay.
And let me look up your cell phone. Let's see, it looks like it's basically $40. We only did, so $37.50, so I must have. It ranges anywhere from $37.50. You have, it's fluctuation, it fluctuates a lot. It goes from 35 to 37 to 38. So I just settled on $37.50,
Okay.
and that's what I put in
So we may be a little bit over on that.
there. I wouldn't go down on that.
Well, probably not, yeah, because that's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, because.
Yeah. The 450? Yeah.
Okay. Advertising and notices, we're not doing anything. I was doing, in the past, we did a little thing with a paper in College Station, like a green sheet thing, but it was mainly trying to attract quinceañeras and stuff like that. But we're pretty well, I feel like we've saturated that market pretty good. So, and now that we've got the digital sign, we can do some of that advertising on there as well.
Has that brought anything in? Has that brought anything in?
The sign?
Yeah, because I was hoping it would, but,
Yeah, as far as, no, we haven't generated any revenue with it, no. I have people call and ask me, can you put my mother-in-law's birthday up there or something like that? And I'm like, no.
No.
Well, I'd be glad to pay to do that. And I'm like, no, we
No.
don't do that, you know. And I don't, right now, I don't have any sponsors for it or anything like that.
well, if you don't have anything going on, tell them we'll run grandma's name for 2,000 a week, see how that works, all right? Maybe we can make some adjustments. What do you think, Commissioner?
Yeah, hey, it's always worth a shot, Randy.
That's right. See how much I love grandma or how much she's worth, you know?
So you don't need anything in advertisements?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so we just did away with that line?
Yep.
Okay.
And travel and conferences, we had $1,000 in that for last year. I reduced that to 500. That would be the only thing, would be the TAF&E conference or something like that, so.
Okay.
Is that the fair one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Can you do that for $500 hotel?
Sure.
And then the burner, utilities.
Yep.
Okay.
I reduced that by $1,800, and my hope is that with what we've done inside the hall, we've actually, by putting that siding, that cedar in there, we've actually added another
Layer of
layer of
insulation.
barrier that I'm hoping it's gonna, it's gonna help reduce the amount of air conditioning that we use, the amount of heat that we use. So, we did reduce that slightly, and,
Have we looked into that control system and maybe?
you know, I talked
keep
with,
each one to get kicked off with Al?
Mark with Mid-South, and he and I've got, we're gonna get a meeting set up and try to figure out something on that, as well as, I guess, the system to where, I guess is what you're referring to, the system that kicks on one unit at a time.
Yeah.
Keeps them from all kicking on, that's where the big demand is.
And I had talked with Mid-South about that. We're gonna visit about that, and possibly having them replace those lights in the parking lot to match the lights that we put on the building, so that the front part of the building looks great, but we need some more help out in the parking lot area, so. I have talked with him about that. He is looking into it.
And if you could get with Al, when you get with that, on the supplies, talk to him a little bit about Climatech.
Okay.
That's who we've got in these other systems as far as control
Well,
systems.
great, yeah, that would be good.
Machinery and equipment, we have that 12,000. I guess it's dropped
I think it was
eight.
a 12.8 last year, we reduced it by $800, and it's been as high as 15 or 18,000 in the past, and that's mainly just for keeping up with mowers and different types of things. The tractor we've got now has been there, we just took it in, we had to redo the clutch on it and some of the other stuff, but I think we'll be okay with that, and we're gonna have to do some, I guess upgrade one of the mowers. The one mower we've got, we just replaced it. And we're gonna have to be looking at probably adding at least one more mower. So that's why I've got that in there.
Okay. And then capital improvements, we allocated quite a bit of money this year. We're down quite a bit of money for this coming year.
I did request $27,000, and what I would like for the court to consider is to look at the amount of revenue that we do generate. And I know when I met with you and Jesse, she said that some of that money does come back to us, but if there's some way that we could earmark a percentage of the money, I feel like I'm gonna propose that we raise our rates in January of 2021 to get the rates up. Hopefully that's gonna help increase our revenue, and I would like to see at least 27,000 of that revenue come back to be used for capital improvements. Things like painting, now the arena has to be repainted. I've got to do a bunch of work back there with taking those panels down and getting some more dirt hauled in there, which I can work with Road and Bridge to get some of the stuff they take out of the ditches. Out in those pins, it'd be fine. I don't like putting it under the barns because it's got broken glass and bottles and stuff like that in it. But we're gonna have to do some work on that. And also that announcer stand, after the fair, I'm closing it off. We're not gonna let anybody use that thing anymore. It's been up there about 15 years.
Is that the one over at the horse arena?
Yes, it's unsafe. The steps going up to it, even the catwalk going across it, that thing is unsafe. We're gonna figure out some way to either. I'm hoping that it would blow off there. It'd be an insurance claim.
Yeah. Would that be a good ag project for one of our schools?
You know, that's a possibility. You know, talk to one of the ag mechanics things.
They had some pretty good ironwork at the show
Years
this
ago,
year.
what we did was we had an association that was putting on team ropings out there.
Yeah.
And we kind of gave them a break because they went and they built a small announcer stand just for the roping events. Nothing more than just a little platform with a tin roof over it, but it works good for them. The PA, we've got it wired where they can use that wireless. And I think maybe we might look at some point just taking that thing down and either trying to do a better job with what we've got over there, enhancing that thing. From an announcer standpoint, you know, I think they can see a whole lot where that thing is located in the thing. They probably can't see the crowd as well, but I don't know what the future of the rodeos are going to be with the Fair Association. I know we didn't have them this year. There was some talk that maybe the folks didn't miss it that bad. So, but that thing is unsafe. We're going to have to do something with that. So I know that's going to be a project that's going to have to be addressed here in the future, even if we don't rebuild it, just to get it taken down so somebody doesn't get hurt up.
Do you think that's in your capital improvements?
And just so the board's aware, I did have several conversations about some of the work that's planned, that has been done, and everybody that I spoke with is very excited about the direction that we're going with that. But to follow up on what Randy's talking about, there were some mentions about a couple of those areas probably need to be addressed.
In the back, around behind the Go Texan building and the Poor Boy restaurant, we've got a pipe rail, just a little pipe rail to keep people from driving in there. We initially thought about taking that down, but I think we need to keep that just simply because when you have horse events, livestock events, it keeps people from going over there. I mean, if you got a pasture and it gets wet and you start running, you know, loping horses in there and stuff like that, it makes it real hard to keep up mowing because it just chews the ground up. So I'd like to, you know, put that, part of that would be one of our plans is to upgrade that pipe fence and to include it from the pool boys restroom to the main hall with a gate there that if we need to get people in and out, kind of like behind the Go Texan, we can do that, but it would keep some of the livestock traffic out of there and people just driving through there. Because we do have septic tanks behind those things and keep people off those. So just, we need to do some upgrades on that also.
Do you have some estimates as where you came up with that number, or?
Just talking with different people about what it would take to, because I know what it took to put that thing up there the first time, and that 27,000 would probably take care of, you know, those type of projects.
This would take care of the higher priority.
I think so, yes, sir.
So in our conversation with the judge, I think it was a telephone conference, there was mention about that 27,000 being used for an AC in the main hall in the Lions Club because it messed up a lightning strike. Did I write that down correctly?
For what now?
Do you have to replace like an AC in the main hall in the Lions Club
Correct.
because of a lightning
Yes,
strike?
right.
Okay, so.
And actually, we filed that on insurance.
Did you?
And I think the TAC reimbursed us for that AC unit, but we never got it replaced. And so if there's, can we look into that to see if we were reimbursed for that so that so I don't have to take that out of,
This next year's budget, you
Right.
can use the funds that we received, yes, definitely. You could probably get it done.
I know we filed the claim and they came out, they looked at it, the transformer in the Lions Club, it was obvious that it was struck because, I mean, it was burned.
Okay.
And it knocked that one unit out. To be honest with you, we've been able to get by with it without having it, but during the fair, in the Lions Club, everything was fine until we lost one unit, so we went from 3 units to down to 1, and they wasn't able to keep up.
Yeah.
So that was something that I needed to find out, and immediately I thought, oh, you know what, we turned that in on insurance, and hopefully we got reimbursed. We could take that money and
Get that done, you bet.
Do you know what month y'all turned that in? Do you have like? or a
I've
time
got,
frame?
I think I've got a file. I know Lisa, I think, handled it for us. So, the tax sent some people out to look at it, and they agreed that it was lightning, so.
Well, we spent a lot there this year in capital improvements. Is there, and right now, we don't have the money to do any additional capital improvements to the level we did.
And that's why I'm asking if we could take that out of our revenue, because I think when we discussed that on the phone that day, you said that the revenue does go back.
Well, okay, so let me explain that, because you mentioned that earlier,
Okay.
just don't want to interrupt you. So we have your budget, we've taken the money for all of the events or whatnot. So we project out, this is how much we foresee that you're going to take in for next year, based upon past year. And then you have your budget, which your total budget adds up to, let's see, 255,000. Let's just say that, well, last year was, this current year it's 527,000. So if we projected that you were going to bring in, how much do we project in revenues for him? 45,000. So we had to transfer in this year, we're talking specifically this year, we had to transfer in general revenue of 485,000, just so you would have a balanced budget, just so you could operate with whatever they approved to be in that budget. If you don't spend all of your money, if you don't spend all of the 527,000, and you bring in at least 42,000, if not more, then the difference, the net of that, will roll into your fund balance.
Okay.
But it's not, if you spend what you have budgeted right now and we receive in at least $42,000, then it's gonna net out at 0. Because we transferred the other 485,000 to cover the remaining of that budget. So what you bring in is not a big portion of your budget. And so it's supplemented by the county. So that's when it would roll into fund balance. So when you talk about reserving a percentage of the revenue you bring in, basically what they would just need to do is say, okay, this is how much you have in fund balance. We approve you using, how much does he have in fund balance out of curiosity since we're talking about it? Do you know? I was just looking just to see if I could find it. But they could say, okay, if you have money in your fund balance, which you do, well, you don't have a lot, you have $9,000. You only have 9,000. So there's not really, if you had a big sum in there, then they could go ahead and use some of that.
Okay.
But the only way that you're gonna be able to get the 27,000 is by them saying, yes, we're gonna give it to you, and we're gonna use our revenue to pay for that 27,000. So until we can build his fund balance up. Did that make any sense, or did I confuse you? Because you have a confused one.
No, I was just listening to what you're saying, but it generated revenue. If we rented it out 40 weeks at $2,500 a week, that's 100,000 of revenue that, I mean, I don't know what you're thinking about raising the rate to, but
Correct, yeah.
2,500 sounds pretty reasonable to me when I look at a lot of these other venues that we have around.
Right.
So what we brought in 2019 and 2018 was 50,000 and 56,000.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many times, so you may rent it, but maybe not the full capacity of it, because you have different rates.
Right.
So a lot of people rent it, and then you have these groups that, you know, I don't think they're charged right because
We've
they're.
got the Fair Association, they use it obviously for 2 weeks in June, and then if they've got, then they were having another event that they were doing in February, so that's 3 weekends. Go Texan basically takes up 1 weekend, and then they have their crawfish bowl takes up another weekend, so that's 5. Friends of Grimes County, who contribute, you know, back into the thing, and, you know, anytime we need something, we go to them. They have 2 events, the gun show and the Bubba Can Cook, so that's 7 weekends. Trying to think what else annual events that we don't get revenue from. So it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 events, and then anything to do with schools, the after proms, the sports banquets, any of their scholarship stuff that they do, we only charge them $500. So probably when we look at it realistically, yeah, we probably can get to, out of 52, we probably have 40 weekends that are available, that we could rent that. Just the main hall, that doesn't include the Lions Club.
Right,
and the show barns and stuff like that, so.
And the reason we probably don't, I mean, is because our history tells us that we haven't collected as much. Now, that may change. It
Right.
may change, but until we can see that happen, we don't want to budget and say, we foresee you guys bringing in $150,000, $200,000, create this giant budget, and it doesn't bring that in. We don't have anything to feel secure about budgeting
Right.
now.
And probably the past revenue is a good way to forecast it. And then if we say, okay, we're gonna raise our rates 10, 15%, 20%, then
Then you can.
forecast it from that, using that percent. And so realistically, if we did that 20%, that'd be 60,000 that we possibly could bring.
But how much you charging on a standard rental?
1750 now.
1750s. See, with the improvements that you've made out there and the upgrade in the look, I don't see why we couldn't go to, and I'm open for conversation, but I don't know why we couldn't go for $2,500 a day.
That's actually what my proposal was, $2,450.
Okay.
To, you know, try to make it seem like under $2,500, you know, $2,450.
Well, $2,750 makes it sound like it's under $2,800.
But 400 of that goes back to the cleaning out of every event. So we're still just at 20. So, I mean, we may look at raising it a little bit more than that.
We don't charge them for the cleaning?
We charge them for the cleaning. That's part of the total package.
Oh,
But we have to pay.
okay.
So when we rent it, let's say we go to 24, let's say we just, for round number, 2,400, we would let 2,000 for the,
Well, but if you're doing like that, you could, and I don't know if this is the time to discuss it, you could do it $2,750 with 300 of it going to cleaning.
Right.
And people say, well, we'll clean it ourselves. And we can just tell them flat out, you can't do it for 300.
well,
And they don't do it to our standard.
invariably, we did that years ago, 15 years ago, we were doing that. And the people leave and said, oh, we left it clean. No, you didn't. You
Yeah.
didn't clean the restrooms, you didn't do this.
The trash cans are full.
Right.
Before you have it as a deposit, and they get it back if it's.
Right, and then the next person that comes in says, oh, it wasn't clean when I got here, I'm not gonna clean it. So
Yeah.
we tell them, we have a contract, and we pay these people, we know, they know it, they've been doing it forever, we know, and there's times that we have to go in and say, hey, you need to, you know, do a little extra here and there and stuff like that, so, yeah.
But I think the way you and Commissioner Cox have it looking, you know, with the improvements that have been done, I honestly don't think people would balk at $2,750. And if they would,
I don't know, yeah.
let them go somewhere else and check around and they'll come back.
Because we are running probably at 90% capacity, you know, even if we dropped a little bit, we're still, you know, we're still gonna be picking it up on the other end, so.
What, the dog show, is they 2 days, 3 days?
2 days, Saturday and Sunday. They move in on Friday.
Do they get charged $17.50 per day? Or
They pay, I think they pay 20, I have to go back and look, Judge, but, and I've got it in my, I get it from the treasurer's office. I think they pay about 27 to 28.
No, but if they're gonna do like a 2-day, you could charge them 35 or something like
Right.
that, you know, so.
And again, that, you know, we have people that come in the past, we always if they came in and they want to decorate the day before,
Yeah.
we charge them an extra $100 just to help with the utilities.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's another that we could add to it, to say, hey, if you want to, I have some people say, oh, I need to get in on Thursday, we're doing this, we're doing that. Right now, we don't charge them for it. But there's also, I think we could look at doing it at $27.50 and say, hey, if you want an extra 2 days, you gotta pay for the $100 a day for those 2 days.
Well, I think the goal, and I think one of the goals that we probably need to head in the direction of is for the fairgrounds to break even, for it to support itself. And with the budget that's proposed next year, that's about 22,000 a month. Can we do that? I don't know. It's gonna be difficult, but we need to be working in that direction. I think with the improvements that we're making out there, I think with
You bet.
your plugging back into the association, and I think where we're at rate-wise, it's difficult to beat that venue for a lot of different things. And I think all those things taken into consideration, I don't know if we'll get to $21,000 a month right now, but I sure think that it's a decent goal to have going forward. I mean, I really believe that we probably ought to be heading in that direction.
And there's usually a lot of venues have reduced weekday rates too.
Yeah.
You're higher on the weekend, but you're less. A lot of people get married on a Friday because it's cheaper than getting married on a Saturday.
Nothing like a budget wedding, right?
Anybody, anything else? Was that a yes or no? No? Randy, anything else? Okay.
I
well-
do have just, did you get that text I sent you from about Ryan Jackson?
Oh, yeah. I have a call into him on that wrap. I do. 5,900 to 6,000 tons.
Well, yeah, I think we can get down to 5,000. But Harry, I think the number Harry Walker gave me was 52, but I think wherever that number came from, I don't know if you've talked with him about it.
I did. That's where I got the 59
Okay,
to
I think what
6.
he's including is trying to do some of that other area around the back and stuff like that, so.
Well, let's start at 6 and we'll come back down to 5.
Right, there you go.
Hopefully he's not watching this budget meeting. Probably not.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Commissioners, anything before we break for lunch, or auditors, or county clerk, anything before we break for lunch? For our viewing audience, we're going to shut down, and we will be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll start the recording back then. With that, we're adjourned.
Nice note a while ago.
Sir?
You know, when the Grimes County Buyers Group buys the animals, if you contribute to that deal,
Oh.
you put your name in it
Yeah.
to get an land.
Cool.
Are we
This is a
interrogating
sorry?
the sheriffs this afternoon?
I'm sorry.
Are we interrogating the sheriff's
We
office?
are going to interrogate the sheriff's office. This is a continuation of Grimes County Commissioners Court budget workshop. We have reconvened after lunchtime. We are going to start with the sheriff's department and the jail. So with that, Todd Green, Chief Green, we are $600,000 short on our budget. So that's just to set the parameters of where we're at, okay? If you want to give 3 and Lieutenant Caswell 3, that would cover the shortages and we'd be good. But probably that's not going to be the case. But we are in, I won't say we're in a crisis mode, very quick explanation. We don't know where we're at. We're using last year's revenues for our income basis. We don't know what COVID's going to do to us on sales tax. We are not going to get real numbers on ad valorem until later in July. There are a number of appeals that are continuing to go on. So the district tax office cannot give us legitimate numbers until mid-July. Is that right, Jesse? Mary?
25th.
25th of?
July.
Okay, or towards the end of July. So we are probably going to be having another 1 or 2 workshop reviews to see where we can trim. And then if we get a surprise of more revenue coming in than what we're anticipating, then we can come back and maybe fulfill some people's priorities that can't be fulfilled at this time. So with that, the department number that we are going to look at this time, Jesse, is
451, it's page 24.
page 24. And you, Chief, are probably looking at a computer run that you haven't seen before. It's a little bit of a different format than what you've probably been used to, but as we make our conversion from F1 or to F1 from FI. Looks like a 1. FI from our previous provider, it's going to be a little bit different. So you'll see at the beginning, you have all of the salaries, and we're not having any salary discussion today, okay? Because we don't have any anticipation of salary cuts, but at this point, we don't have any anticipation of salary gains. So if you submitted some of those in your previous budget, we're not in a position to discuss those at this time. But I think you will find with the new FI run, it's kind of nice because it breaks it down instead of just a lump sum of salaries. It'll show, it doesn't have a name by it, but it has a patrol deputy, patrol deputy, patrol deputy, and so forth. It has your investigators, it has your lieutenants, yourself, and your captain. But it breaks the salaries down. So with that, I guess we need to flip on over to page 25. And that will get us, and just a couple of thoughts, and you probably already know this in your discussions with Jesse, that this year we're at 2096 hours. 21 budget, we're going to 2088 hours. And the auditors haven't decided how many hours it's going to be for 2022, but when they come to that decision, they'll let us know. So it's been different from the standard 2080 hours that we've been at. The other thing that's a little bit different is our insurance. We received a lesser rate on that, so our insurance costs have gone down. So that's a very positive thing. Do you have any questions thus far?
No, sir.
Commissioners, have I left anything out thus far? One at a time, please, not all at once.
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll drop down to office supplies. And I know we've already had a couple of phone conversations, Todd, and we've trimmed and cut and what have you. So as we go down the list, I may ask you to explain what are some of the costs that you have in that area, not with the intention of cutting, but if we see the opportunity for you to say, well, I can maybe take 10% off of that or something, we're willing to take that. Okay? All right. So office supplies, we have that at $3,775, $3,775. That's somewhat consistent with what we've seen in the past. It's not the highest, but it's not the lowest that we've seen. Operating supplies, which is a fairly good chunk, it's $17,000. Do you want to just share candidly what some of the operating supplies are?
The biggest, obviously, this is one of the line items we asked for approximately $2,000 increase in that is due to based on the requirements of some data stores that we're having to purchase now. With some discussion with the DA's office and case handling in the amount of cell phones, we're having to do a forensic analysis on for the cases we're doing. We're having to spend a lot more on thumb drives and storage devices to get that done. I know we've been working with IT and find some, cheaper alternatives for that, but,
And they're not providing this for you, but they are doing some research to see if they can find some
yeah,
better
they know some
prices.
bond purchasing power and stuff like that for the cost. They purchased it, obviously, then we funded out of our budget line item on that.
Can you get a flash drive with terabyte storage?
Yeah, but when we're using them, like for each case,
Right.
so if we could buy,
The bigger
a
amounts, but
huge
it doesn't do
flash
you any
drive,
good.
it's
Yeah.
gonna cost more money, and then you don't use it for that case. Now, once the cases start disposing of, we can wipe them and reuse them,
But how, those cases, they could go on a couple of years, yeah.
in some of these phones, obviously, that we're having to do the analysis on, if they're 256, big phones, that's a lot of photos and videos and stuff that are coming off that. So, we are having to buy big ones, but not.
When you are downloading this information, excuse the term, but are you having to download a lot of junk has to come along
We'll
with
get
the
the whole
evidence?
phone, yes.
You'll get the whole phone, so.
Yeah, and right now, we're actually using outside agencies to do that. And then, so we're supplying them and they give them back. So when we take a phone, we have to take, X number of thumb drives and then we get them back. Now, we are in the process, hopefully, at some point in the future to get in with, a task force and having the federal government train and supply the software to do that. So we're looking into that in the future, but we're still gonna have to, we'll just be able to do our own versus having to rely on somebody else.
Let me ask you another question. When you download the information off a phone and you have it on a flash and that's somewhat secure, are you then wiping the data that's on the phone off so that the next time you have to download off that phone, you're not getting case one, all of case one's information as you're trying to download case two's information?
They're not wiping, they're just copying the data, because the phone goes back to either the witnesses, victims, or the suspects.
Okay, so you're not, the officers' phones are
No,
not being
it's not
done?
officers' phones.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. So this could be the defendant's phone and so forth?
Correct.
I bet y'all do get a lot of junk then. No comment, okay. All right. So you're pretty satisfied that 17,000 is where we need to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next item, 1,800 postage, not big enough for us to talk about for your department. Ammunition and range, we have a number of 8,500. The expenditure there is currently at zero, but is that because y'all stock up once a year and you haven't done that this year?
Yeah, generally we make 1 or 2 big purchases throughout the year. Obviously, we try to watch the retail value of the ammo, so when it's down, we'll try to buy a whole lot. Right now, obviously, in our time, with the events of COVID, we haven't done our qualifications yet. So we should be in the very future starting to start completing those. So the purchases will be coming in. We're going to be looking at higher costs for ammo right now.
That 8,500 is kind of as representative of what you've spent in the past.
Right.
Okay. Blood draws, we went from 1,000 to 500.
Right.
Rentals and contracts, 65,000. Jesse, you want to give us a little bit of a rundown of what we have in that, please, ma'am?
I would love to, but IT is working on my computer right at the moment, and I don't have access to it.
That's bad timing.
Well, I thought it was gonna be a quick fix, and then, so can we come back to it?
We certainly can.
I could give you a list of install coming out.
I wanna make sure it agrees with, let me see if he's still on there. He kicked me off a minute ago when I tried to get on there, so.
Okay, when I pull, the line item, for rental and contracts, what's being noted out of the account is our crimes records management jail, system. That goes on our jail, records management, dispatch CAD, software in that generally was 30,000. They increased it this year. I think they referenced that they had had a price increase in 10 years. And so, so they are increasing the price. They got a new update coming out that we should be getting fairly soon once IT finishes some work. But so that's that comes out of that line item. Another software program we use, Leads Online, comes out of that, and that's a program that our investigators use to search for pawn shops and search for stolen property. We find what in pawn shops and metal theft cases also. NetMotion comes out of that line item. That's software that we use for being able to. It's a virtual tunnel. So that protects our information. So the officers in the cars using MDT, running driver's license and all that. It's a virtual private tunnel to where it's a secured access for them to the airway to go from the car into the building. And that's required to see just to have that. Next one is TOO that I was just in Commissioner's Court the other week renewing the contract for. That's our non-law enforcement database search that we share with the Constable's office and the VA's office. It comes out of there. DE WebWorks, and I think we're looking at moving that one to IT because that's our website hosting. Pitney Bowes is our postage system. It comes out of there. There's a CJIS program that we get that we have to pay for, and that's we use the CJIS.
All right, system.
Yeah, that's for the fingerprints. So when we do all our employees hiring fingerprint stuff. Vista Solutions, that is our scanning system that when we scan files into. And then G-Clouds is the other subscription we have to pay for, and that's we go on that one to update all our license. When we terminate somebody, when we hire somebody, when we add licensing, that's the subscription we have to go through that. And then part of that we are adding on, we got a Crime Stoppers donated money this year for another program that we, between the DA's office and us, we talked about donating, and so we about using for some more casework. It's a program called CellHawk. The first year we actually got Crime Stoppers, they donated money for it and paid for it now. We're picking up the cost of that, and that's kind of one of the services that works in between us and the DA's office as we get these cases ready and helps them go through trial. It takes a lot of the information that we don't get from the phone down, like the location information and the histories and stuff, and basically provides a roadmap. So it does that all in a few seconds versus if when we sit down and we subpoena all the records and stuff, then we gotta triangulate everything. It takes hours and hours to go through something like that, where this system does it in a mere minutes. And then, another new cost on there is WatchGuard. That's our body cam and mobile video systems that, Martel is paramount to having in the society these days. This is for software maintenance and warranty. We've experienced over the last couple of years that, being technology driven, that, we have a lot of disk failures and stuff. So we kind of analyzed that and looked over the cost to repair those individually versus to pay the warranty work is in favor for the warranty. We just had, when we got very lucky they worked with us with it. We had 2 drives fell out, and so we updated the warranty this year. When we called them, they said, by the way, your warranty's updated. If you want to update it, we'll get included in it, and y'all can get a repair for free. It was cheaper for us, obviously, to update the warranty, and instead of us paying out for those. So that's where that cost is coming from.
Okay, and we elected to leave all of that type of software in your department because it's specialized to the SO versus putting it over in IT. I think that was
Yes.
Rico.
Sir?
We paid our Rico service contract. I believe Greg's taking that for our printers and
They're
stuff.
taking the DWeb too. It's, yes, the answer to your question
Okay.
is yes.
I think you mentioned one was talking about jail. Does it have a dual function of the sheriff's office and jail? I guess it's not one function.
That's our crimes, that's our CAD system, so it's one system, but we just have all the modules. So we have the dispatch module,
Okay.
the records management module, the mobile module, and the jail module, so
So it's
like
best
the
to keep
jail
it under
side.
one than have a jail side.
Yeah, it's all one package, and then the information flows in between.
Any questions on that, commissioners? I'd ask him to repeat it, but I'm not gonna be mean.
I think I said, didn't you always see the copy of this?
What is it?
What each line item, what the request was for.
Yeah, all that, well, most of it's in there.
Gotcha.
The new stuff and the increase is right there.
Now, the repairs and maintenance, that was 6,700. It's now 0. That's something that was transferred to
Building maintenance.
building maintenance for Al Peeler. Okay. I don't see any tears. No, okay.
Tears for joy.
Oh, tears. Gotcha. Repairs and maintenance vehicles, that's a pretty large number, 110,000. What's your game plan there, chief?
It's what it's costing us to keep these vehicles on the road.
Okay. This repair versus replacement, correct?
Yeah, we still gotta replace some more.
Right.
You're gonna run into vice versa, but we've had, obviously we're running vehicles as long as we can. We lose engines, transmissions throughout the year, so some of those big ticket costs, put it in.
But what I'm getting at, the 110,000 is not covering vehicle replacement, that's on another line.
Yeah, this is just strictly.
Just to keep your current fleet operational.
Yes.
Okay. The next line, fuel, $195,000. And y'all do bring in a premium fuel for your department, correct?
Well, mid-level, we're running 89.
89, okay. And I don't know, that's a big number, but that's just a kind of shot in the air based on past experience. I mean,
Generally, that number is, runs a little high. And we generally come under budget with that. But I know that number was kind of preset back when fuel jumped up.
right,
And it just always kind of stayed, since we never, run up to it. That's always kind of stayed with the cost of fuel. You just don't know how it fluctuates. Last few years, we've been lucky at low fuel prices.
yeah, it's up 15 cents a gallon in the last 2 weeks, so. Commissioner, stop me as we go along if there's a question you have. K-9 expenses, that was cut because we're down to one K-9. Printing services, 2,000. Goes up, goes down.
Yeah, that's one, if we could make a couple big purchases when we're having to do like print out our CT warnings, ticket books, warning books.
Okay. And that's all pretty much specialized printing, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. Medical employee, 1,000.
That's for hiring purposes. And then sometimes.
Oh, for physicals and things of that sort?
When we do physical
Okay.
stuff.
Uniforms, 12,500. Cell phones, air cards, that's 38,000. That's a pretty big ticket, but part of that has to do with where y'all added phones this year because of that new legislation
Yes.
that came in.
Yeah.
Even though we got the phones for free, we have to pay for the service.
Pay monthly service.
Jesse, did we kind of double check that number with what we thought?
Yes.
And it seems
So what's
reasonable?
currently being billed is, that would cover it.
Okay. Travel and conferences, 15,000, that's for the entire department. We don't pay for anybody to go to, what do you call, academy? Do we?
Yes.
Or do we?
Yes, we do. So it varies from year to year. Sometimes we send 2 years, sometimes we send 1 year. Obviously, it depends on staffing levels that we have. It's taken an employee out of the jail and to the academy, so.
Is that usually what happens? We take a jailer who desires to be a deputy and then we send them to the academy?
Yes.
Do you know what the cost is on that per person?
The academy cost has actually gone down. At one time, I think it reached close to $4,500 to send somebody to academy, and now they've reduced the cost to $2,500.
Really?
Yeah, 'cause now the local agencies make up the board, and there's been a lot of push to reduce the cost, and I think when some of the other ones started outsourcing out and to other places in Bryan and College Station started experimenting with having their own police academy. They realized that they needed to reduce their costs. Plus, a lot of the agencies send instructors there to teach a lot of the classes too. So.
Do what, Jesse?
Do we have, do you know if other surrounding counties, if they send them through all this training process, if they have to sign like a year agreement or a 2-year agreement saying that, hey, we spent this money on you to be trained, so you have to stay with the county for at least a year or 2? That way we don't have we don't spend all this money on training these people and then they go somewhere else.
Turn out somewhere else.
Yeah. Some do. We talked to the county attorney about that, and his opinion that is really not, papers really doesn't hold any weight to it. So we've had discussions with them about it.
So even if they sign
So
off on it?
the conclusion was not to do it.
If we did it, would it be in that line?
If you do.
No, a lot of times, when we send somebody to academy, we generally use the money out of the LEOS fund.
Oh, okay. And that's a
I mean, to
dedicated
pay for the
fund.
class now.
That is, yes.
Now, and then, the officer's salary comes from, the salary line.
Or we pay their salary while they're at the academy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And how long does that run?
semester usually 16 weeks.
16 months. Okay.
Yeah, and it's changed, that now they get the labor laws and stuff that come out now, instead if you're a citizen of the academy, you have to pay for them. It used to kind of, I used to go to academy years ago, like when I started, you went to the academy and you worked on the weekends and stuff like that, and I see you can't do that anymore.
And that's where your low pay starts out. That's why they start out lower, right, until they're certified, and then they move up. Is that where the,
Well, yeah, we pay them at the jailer rate.
at the jail, at the 13?
Yeah, well, depends on what rate they are. If they're, we don't reduce their salary. If they're a 5-year jailer and they go to the
If
academy.
they move in, I'm talking about someone new. If
Yes,
someone-
the new one started at 1380.
Yeah, okay. But you're talking about someone transfers from the jail to go
Yeah,
to the
we
police academy.
don't, we have, I say we don't, but we have never sent somebody to the academy that wasn't working for us.
Oh, okay.
So it's always an employee of the county. Generally, we make them be an employee for a year as part of the regulations before they can apply for it. And then, we'll have 3 or 4 people, and then we put them through a physical test, and then once they make it out of that, go on to their report. So,
Okay.
we find we have better luck that way. We've already had an employee working for us a year. We have a good gauge
Yeah.
what kind of employee they're going to be, what kind of officer they're going to be.
That makes sense. Makes sense. All right, tires and tubes, 23,000.
Keep rubber on the road.
Machinery and equipment, 237,000. I do know that you have, 3 vehicles in that, or is that 4?
3.
3? And then by the time you completely gear out a vehicle with lights and decals and all of that, what's the typical price tag? What's the budgetary number that you use for that?
We're putting radios in new video systems, so we're right at just here under 60,000, 59,620. And that's take or minus, price and fluctuations on some of
Yeah.
those. And then
And we're still,
actually, with the COVID and everything, we're still waiting on our vehicles that we ordered earlier this year. So,
I know you're still buying Tahoes,
no, we're buying the Ford Explorers.
the Explorers. Do we have any of those in the fleet?
At least 6 of them right now.
Okay. Which do we prefer? I know we're price sensitive when we buy, but from operational
we're
standpoint.
pricing, because that's the thing, when the Tahoes became real popular, they got real expensive. Then the Explorers came out, which was cheaper, so we switched over. Obviously, the Chevrolet Tahoes have a little more room, which we like, but, there's a couple years of the Tahoes, we had some maintenance issues that some big maintenance issues that we tend to be fighting with, so we switched over to the Ford Explorers, hoping maybe that will alleviate some of the big maintenance costs like the engines and transmissions. Still a little fairly new, because we've only had the Explorers for 2 to 3 years, and so we still don't know what kind of maintenance price tag we're on those.
Now, when y'all put the internal cages in them, those aren't really transferable from vehicle to vehicle, or are they?
If they're similar vehicles, yeah, we'll transfer those out.
But probably going from Tahoe to Explorer is probably not transferring.
No, you can't, yeah.
Okay.
And switch those out, but as, if we stay with the Explorers, we'll be able to start repurposing some of that equipment.
Okay.
But, you know, if we're keeping vehicles 6 years, so after so long, some of that equipment's not so good to transfer over.
Okay. Well, that's the last line, because we don't pay attention to the 8,000s there. Commissioners, comments or questions? I feel like I'm the one asking. Because I am.
I don't have any comments or questions.
Did you have any sacrificial offerings that you wanted to make, Chief?
I mean, over the years, our budget had trimmed down over the last several years. I don't know any year we haven't been asked to trim the budget. And I know over the last couple of years, we've gone to kind of a zero balance and built up each year, based on previous years. And so I know our budget's pretty tight as it is. And the only other option that we're looking at is possibly running some enterprise-based options with the vehicles. Over the last couple of weeks, really focusing on the budget. I know we hadn't had much time to sit and talk to the enterprise. I mean, obviously they make some money in it somewhere because I get a call every other day. So, but
Yeah, well, they quit calling me because I told them until they convince you, I'm not talking to them.
But it is something to look at. I know some other counties have gone to that where they will get, I guess, a little more vehicles for the price. It's something to look at. I think obviously the best deal seems like is for the admin side, where after a couple of years, you pretty much making your money back. Patrol side, you won't get into that revolution, but the theory is because we get to buy that at a government rate. We use the vehicle for 1 year as an admin, and then they sell it at retail. And obviously, they're getting their cut as part of the monthly fee that we have to pay them. But then generally, there's equity coming back when you sell them, and then you take that money and you start over again. So after 2 years, the equity you built up in the last two should start paying for your monthly costs. But that is something we're looking at it, but for sometimes, they're on value numbers too. They want to bring in all the vehicles in the county, so.
Sure.
Obviously I can't answer for everybody, but.
And our overall fleet's not that large.
Yeah, to do 1 or 2 vehicles, I don't know if we'll do it. We'll try when we get to the point where, we're coming to a point in the next couple of years where they have to replace some admin vehicles. Because last year we didn't place any, and this year, since the budget's gonna be tight, we didn't put any in.
What is, and I don't know if this, I know y'all can answer it, maybe it's a sheriff question, but what is your goal as a department to having deputies on the street? Do we always have 6 deputies on the street? Do we always have 3 deputies on the street, or what's the goal?
Well, obviously we always like more.
Well, I know, but with the manpower that you have.
We run it pretty thin. When you start looking at the numbers of deputies for the population that you use the, the FBI statistics, I think they say
It's
you
800.
have 1 officer per 1,000.
Well, we got 804 square miles and they're not all concrete roads.
Yeah, we spend, our deputies spend the vast majority of their time by themselves 20 minutes away from the nearest backup. It's, but we stagger our shifts, obviously during the more prominent times during the day. You know, we'll have more people on. You know, right now, we just switched our shift schedule, so we have shifts from 6 to 6, 2 to 2, and then 6 to 6. And that gives, you know, during the more afternoon, evening times, when we get some of the more calls, some of the more violent, like domestic stuff calls, we have more officers on to help answer those calls.
Sure.
But, we run pretty busy. And, you know, and now just, the onset over the last few years of the amount of paperwork and documentation and grading laws and stuff is, fortunately, they spend a lot of time off the streets too, in the office having to make sure all the paperwork's done. But, you know, over time, yes, we would like to have more.
So your guys work 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
Okay. So if you wanted to run 2 more officers on a 12-hour shift to cover a 24-hour period, what is the cost for that? Because you're gonna have a vehicle, they're gonna have uniforms, they're gonna have this,
The equipment.
the equipment that they need, the salaries that they're gonna need.
Any mandatory training that they'll have to have that year.
But if you're putting them on the street, they've already been through the academy. Do you have a price tag for what that is?
I don't, off my head. Salary wise, you're gonna look at probably close to 40,000.
That doesn't count their benefits. So I'm talking about if you wanted to put another 2-man shift on, what's your turnkey price on that? And we're gonna meet again, so maybe you have time to work that up between now and then. I don't wanna spoil the time, but, I mean, as the county grows population-wise, and you guys get dinged with more paperwork and more record keeping and all of those kinds of things, I think one of the things we have a responsibility to do is to see how we can help y'all. Yes, sir.
We gave you the number for the court deputy.
Sir?
We had the number together for the court deputy with the gear, the uniform, the salary, the insurance. You just have to add a car to that, and that would give you the number.
Okay. Okay.
That's
That's
just
just
one car for 2 different 12-hour deputies, that means
That's
like
one
4
car,
hours.
yeah,
Yeah.
one car.
Because they share it, right? Yeah.
To each officer, or like on a different shift when they
No, yeah, we don't share cars.
don't share cars?
No, they're already putting close to 30,000 miles a year. on-
Just for one
on-
shift,
yeah,
one
just
12-hour
for
shift.
One 12-hour shift.
Okay.
Jail's next.
Ma'am,
The jail's next.
the jail's next. All right.
So
Thank you,
said
chief.
You could look at, Caswell, you said to pull the 44.
Right. Or you could even look at what it could cost you every year, plus and part, because we've got a uniform budget.
So you
Cover
have-
salary of it.
Okay.
And we also looked at for a new deputy to come in, also get those numbers for employee experience, so the numbers are there for the cost of the office.
So
Oh, we could-
122,000, 123,000. That's your 2. So it's 123,000 plus 55,000 for a vehicle.
Okay, but he said that was
Oh,
for 2.
yeah, it's gonna, because with benefits.
And of course, he's a
That's
veteran, so it'd be a
with
little less
benefits.
because he's got 10 years
That is
experience.
with benefits. So it's 123,000 plus 54.
Well, he's, vehicles.
It'd be 2 vehicles for, yeah.
There's-
Saying they're right at
It'd just be one and one
Yeah,
vehicle. That'd be
we need
per.
120 for the vehicles. So if you had 2, 120, so you're looking
At 242.
242.
242.
So that 120, it wouldn't be veterans probably, but
120 per officer.
Okay.
So 240.
That'd be the initial, I
But-
guess, the initial.
Yeah, but you also too is, you know, a lot of times what we have always done in the past when we had a deputy, we'll just run one of the cars a little longer.
Yeah.
So instead of trading one in that year,
Well,
they get an older car.
please don't misunderstand me and get excited going, hey, the judge is talking about, you know, he wants to know how much it's gonna cost to add.
No,
I just wanted to know.
I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. No. I mean, the salaries and the benefits stuff, we're not gonna get around, but, you know, the vehicles and stuff, vehicle rotations and stuff like that.
Okay.
You could probably make something work if, you know, I mean, obviously, the optimum way to do it, have, you know, a new car plus a vehicle, but
Sure.
if we have to, we can make a car run a little longer.
And bicycles don't work too well out here, so.
No?
All right, is Lieutenant Dan up next? Or are you gonna run his too?
I can run it and he could,
He's the big boss, whatever he
he
wants.
could, he could chime in when he needs to on some of the costs.
Okay, so jail's 454. Okay, same drill. We've got all of your jail administrator listed, your jail deputies, dispatch supervisors. We got your dispatchers all listed below. That allows you to see how many we have that are budgeted for.
Are all those, Chief, are all those positions funded in the jail that are listed on this list?
Do I have them all?
I mean, staff, yes.
Yes.
Except you have the very bottom one, which is on both of them. And that's for their pay scale, to implement their pay scale.
If you're seeing an opening, we have one in the academy that will be moving to patrol, and when that happens, we'll replace that person.
I just noticed on that list that there's one without a salary on there.
Do what?
So that's,
1645.
that's what I'm looking into right now. I want to say that one is, that extra one, and I did not believe it, but I'll see. I'm looking into that right now, Commissioner Collins.
No, 1649.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I think,
We're-
what we're thinking happened is when employee left and we hired somebody, we're thinking the position got added into the FI system instead of replacing one. Because what we show in our spreadsheet is we're full staff. So that's what we're kind of figuring out. But I know they're looking into it on their system now.
Yes, we are.
Okay, if everybody's good, we'll rock it down to office supplies, 4305. 2340. That, you know, that's kind of on the low end of up and down of where you've been. Operating supplies, 15,295. Little definition of what all goes in there.
A little everything under the sun. I know a lot of our detergents, laundry, kitchen utensils, you know, paint, brushes, gloves, hairnets.
There's certain things that have been made, lemons, cheese things a little hard to pay for, certain, a lot of things, Judge, I've got pages on the list, I can see it, but it's everything basically we have to use to keep the
Okay.
jail functioning. Obviously, we're taking some for now out of that line and working to save some money there.
Right.
He came and looked at it, and we met with him, so I think we're good with that, but the rest of that money is, whether it's rubber gloves to search, which they blow through, or masks when they make them in the kitchen, the hair nets, the paper suits, so it's thousands of things.
It's a cornucopia of expenditures.
For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're using stuff.
All right.
all over the place.
Postage, 2,600.
Right. Yeah, we deplete one side and we kind of move to the other side.
Why do you have 2,600 in postage?
I can answer that.
But
Okay.
a lot of that could be postage for the indigent inmates that we had to provide in
Yeah,
postage.
furnish it for.
Right.
And the reason this year's lower, Judge, is since February, our count has been extremely low due to COVID and all the requirements. You know, you go back a year ago, our count was twice as high, twice as many inmates, twice as many letters, so everything is pretty much cut.
Is there an allowance that you let an inmate
The
have?
state
or-
requires us, they get 3 a week and we pay 4 if they're indigent, which the majority are.
And that's not including attorneys.
Right, and legal mail
Right.
and other things, that's just to their families.
Okay.
So on average, they'll do about 4 letters a week. When I've got 20 inmates doing it, it's a lot less when I have 60 doing it normally. So that's why the numbers this year are a lot lower.
Okay.
We reduced our inmate population once the COVID hit, so a lot of misdemeanors that occur on a daily basis, they're not coming in.
Well, I guess I was just asking, 2,600 didn't seem to be really lower. It's kind of on the higher end in comparison.
Well, but as he said, Judge, what they do is they usually use up the sheriff's side postage first,
Right.
and then they start using the jail.
Right.
So you'll start seeing more come out of the jail.
Okay.
Because we have one machine, so.
No, I understand, yeah. There's no sense for having two, yeah. No, that makes sense.
What is your current inmate population, you said?
38 for that one.
38.
Okay, rentals and contract, 3,500. Repairs and maintenance, that was all transferred over to Al Peelers.
So on rentals and contracts, they'll be asking for 4,500 next year, the 2022 budget, the following year. Right? Because of the Zetron, the dispatch console? or
Yes,
whatever it's called?
4,500 extra, yes.
Right.
But we negotiated 2 years of maintenance instead of 1 year. And they're actually today installing the new console.
Are they? Finally?
Finally.
So that's on the rentals and contracts, did you say?
Yeah, but that'll be next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
So how long is it gonna take them to put the console in?
Hopefully they'll have it, it'll be operational today.
Okay, and
They'll have
911?
to come back and do some minor works tomorrow, but it'll be on.
911 still working though?
Yes, they just updated 911 yesterday,
Okay.
but BB Cog pays for that upgrade.
Very good. All right, repairs and maintenance, I said we've transferred that over to Al Peeler. Professional services, doctor contract, that's for our medical that's in there,
Right.
125. Medical employee is 3,000, is that Karen?
No, that's for physicals and stuff on the jail side. Also, we generally have a little more turnover on the jail side than we do on those.
Did the doctor contract, did it go down?
I talked to them last week. Our numbers are lower, our cost is lower. We're not doing the mental health because we're doing it through the state.
That's where because last year we had it put in with the mental health. And then when we started using it, it wasn't what it was portrayed, it wasn't what was needed to meet the state obligations. So we started doing, contracting with MHMR, and we pay them.
Okay.
And that actually comes out of a different line item.
Okay. And this is kind of an estimate because we don't know, it's kind of based on the numbers.
Right,
Average
and-
numbers or.
Our numbers have been, obviously, they're extremely low, so Tim said we should be able to work that without an increase. Since we've been so low, they made a lot of money this year. So it's all cut us just like next year. So the standard increase in meds and the contract probably won't be there the way it's looking. So we think the 125 will be plenty. May even be a little left over, we don't know that yet, but we think that'll cover it for another year.
You okay, Commissioner? Okay. Medical employee dues and subscriptions, nothing?
No. That used to be where, in order to send some of Joe's classes, we had to have them assigned to the jail association.
Right.
And all.
Okay.
Now they kind of work that in on the class side of it.
Okay. Inmate clothing, 3,500. Uniforms, 7,000. Inmate food, $101,800. And I guess that's, depending on how many inmates you have, that's gonna go up and down also.
Yes, yeah, so if the jails, kind of open back up, then that cost will, our expenditures will increase, so.
Right now, the cost of meat is double for us from where it was a few weeks ago, just like everybody else, so it's hard to plan for that.
What's your food cost per day per inmate?
I'd have to get with Ms. Luchek and get a rundown, because right now, with it being so hard to get meats, some meats we can't even get, it's higher than it was 2 weeks ago, but maybe lower than it was last year, you know, it's like everything else is up and down. One day, certain canned items of meats might be 10 cents a pound, the next day they're 30 cents.
If y'all start serving tofu and word got out, people might not break the
We
law.
have a professional dietitian from state approved that sets our meal plans based off caloric intake on what the law requires us to give. It's just a matter of how we get there.
We use feral hogs too.
We can't use feral hogs.
You can't use them.
Well, okay.
Trying to cut.
Inmate transport, 3,500, and that's where we're having to deliver inmates.
Transport out of state.
Okay. Travel and conferences, 7,500. Machinery and equipment, 62,000. That's a bit of a drop, isn't it?
Well, that's because the console
Okay,
was in there.
because that was 80 or 85,000 for this year.
Yeah, so we're taking some of that out.
Good.
We're
Okay.
actually, part of that machinery and equipment is purchasing the lead transport vehicle. The one we were periodically using.
Doing the
and then,
maintenance.
Went bad, and we're still debating even if it's worth fixing. We're on the side that, you know, it's already close to 170,000, I think, miles on it. You know, to put that kind of money into it and put long distance driving every day,
Yep.
we just don't know if it's gonna be worth it.
All right. Diversion crew expenses, 7,500.
Yeah, we just,
We've been locked down on that for the time being.
yeah, we just purchased a new lawnmower, in fact, ordered this week.
There's $1,320 left in there right now to that one.
Okay. Inmate medical, 30,000.
Yeah, that's for the mental health screening costs and then any other medical associated costs that the contract doesn't provide for. So if we had to take somebody out to have surgery or hernia or anything like that, those costs would come.
The LMHAs that we have to provide
Right.
are paid for from this. Our tuberculosis, you know, we have to do certain x-rays on inmates. We did 3 last week, the law requires, that's paid for out of this.
So the 30,000 isn't a static number, it's just a budget number, because it could be higher, it could be less.
Right, well, we always didn't have enough, so y'all agreed to set that number there. that
Okay.
If we have to use it, we pay the meds, and whatever's left goes back, it doesn't move. It's, you know, it's not to be used for anything other than inmate medical that the law requires at the end of the year. It
Right.
goes back to the county.
Okay.
And right now, we've used about 10,500 out of it, so I expect there'll be some coming back, but we do have some of the mental health medications that we've got to buy for current inmates, which will be costly with, you know, something we have to do. And there's nobody in the world that covers that for us but us.
Okay. Chief, that's it. Jesse, have we uncovered most of their fluff that you can tell? Yeah, okay. All right. I guess.
Uh,
Courthouse security? Are you prepared to talk about that one also? That's a, that's a fund, is it not?
Yes.
44.
Fund 44.
County judge, sorry about that.
The what?
Starts at the bottom
I
of
can just
page
refer that to you,
44.
David, can I?
The expenditures are on page 50.
150.
I believe when we talked about it, Judge, you weren't going to cut any of it this year because the money there is being utilized to purchase the equipment for the new building.
For the new building, that's correct.
That's why we left everything at 100% to start getting weapons and vests and other equipment needed for the new deputies that's going to be assigned to the building.
So we're just looking at one number? Or, I'm sorry. Yeah.
What page are you on, Judge?
I'm on page 50.
Okay. So 44, 451, that's what you're looking at?
I am now. I was looking at the 397, the 044, the 406 courthouse security expenses.
Right, so we have different, 397 is the revenue. The 406, that's gonna be something you would speak to, that's the courthouse security expenses. We had put 87,000, we're waiting to hear back from Michael Lloyd. We had our Zoom meeting yesterday in
Right.
regards to that.
Right.
I just left it in there until we hear back from him.
Okay.
And the 42,000, that's for the district court security.
Let me share with
Sure,
the
go ahead.
commissioners, that 87,387, have y'all locked in on that number?
Yes.
Okay, that's in a dedicated fund, and it can only be used for courthouse securities, but we had a conference call yesterday with Collier, our contractor, and Michael Lloyd, our architect, and I don't know that we're gonna drain that 100%, but I wanted them to identify features and fixtures and items that they could dedicate as courthouse security in the new building, so we wouldn't have to take that out of Fund 10 money. We could take it out of courthouse security money and apply it to that, instead of having $87,000 there that's locked away and we can't do anything with it, asking them to take a look at all activities that might be associated with courthouse security, from even the conduit wire going to the electric doors so people can exit from the inside, but they have to use the scan cards from the outside. That's part of the courthouse security. Part of the courthouse security were the 2 x-ray machines that's got a $54,000 price tag on those, but they are in the architectural plans, and instead of taking that out of our general fund, I'm comfortable at taking out of the courthouse security fund. So I think in our discussion yesterday, we found enough features and benefits to courthouse security that we could drain that 100%. Don't know if that's the best idea, but we can certainly take it down to a much lower level than that $87,000, so.
Is that, I guess, revenue from court costs,
Yes, please.
fees?
Like the courthouse security fund?
Yeah. Okay, and then courthouse security fund, the $10,000, I'm not sure. That was the JP2, or is it JP1, 2, and 3?
This is just JP2 because his office is gonna be moving into the.
Right.
And that's what his fund balance is.
Okay, so we have a JP1, 2, and 3 that have courthouse security, but since only JP2 is moving into the new facility, we're looking at taking that portion of his courthouse security and putting it into the expenses that would be there.
Almost $100,000 there.
Yes, almost, between the two, it's almost 100,000, yes. And then that would, since these are dedicated funds, that would give us another 100,000 out of general fund to work with.
Yeah.
Well, and then two.
Or cover our shortage, rather.
Then two, the next line is the district court security expenses and.
42,000.
42,000 there.
And all of that's gonna be associated with the new building, so there would be no problem, really, of taking all of that unless there's a minor item or something that we needed to buy, but I think it'd be better to drain that dedicated fund, and if something else came up, then we could take it out of the general if need be.
We have different fund balances. So the district court technology fund balance is 21,000. We're budgeting to expend 42,000. The courthouse security has like 231,000. They said in our Zoom meeting that our security is gonna be way more than $200 and something thousand dollars. So
Right.
that will be covered, but we just need to look a little more into the district court because it is specific in district court. So we only have the 21,000 in there. So if we do budget the 42,000 in expenditures, just remember that the other half does have to come from general. Unless somehow we can get it to fall under the overall courthouse security.
Portion of the metal detectors, portion of the.
Right.
Yeah, you could probably split it and
Yeah.
stuff, just, yeah.
Video cameras in the courtrooms.
Yes, yeah, and I think it's just gonna, it's gonna exceed, but yeah, that's what that's so far.
And for those of you that are watching this on the rerun and you're confused, I understand. This is my third budget, I'm just starting to get my fingers around it. So, okay. But commissioners, do you have a consensus or an agreement with that? That it's probably a good idea to drain those pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then we'll get down to 451, to the position, that'd be the deputy over there. And then the second deputy. Now, here's where we can have some conversation. There's no doubt we are not going to use either deputy over there for probably the first 6, 7 months, maybe 8 months of this budget, because nobody's going to be over that building until we become operational, and we're probably not going to be operational at least until the end of March or maybe April or sometime in May. So one of the things that I have been struggling with, I mean, we still need to keep Deputy Cook over at the old courthouse because we are going to be running trials over there, so we're going to continue to use his salary. But, and Jesse's, I'm not blaming her for anything, but she's saying that you can't put partial salaries for
You
the.
can.
But then you'll end up being surprised on the next budget because, and I understand what she's saying, and I agree, it's better to have money left over and put it in the general fund than come up short to some degree. Is that right?
Right, but you are looking for money, so you could potentially budget for the 6 months.
Yeah.
But yes, I've always had a practice that if you know it's coming, you
Yeah.
do need to budget.
So that's $40,000 that's there that we're not gonna use all of that. I mean, we might use half of it or we might use a third of it, but there is some of that'll go back into the general fund if we budget the full amount. Thoughts, comments? Commissioners?
We're not gonna use it, I don't see budgeting it in there, like you said. And I think 6 months would be sufficient, because we won't be in that, we won't be in there probably until the middle of April, or even maybe May, depending on the weather.
Yep. Because we're right at 40 rain days right now. with a end of March completion.
Jesse's smiling over there.
Just remember, in 2022, we hope nothing
Yeah.
comes up and you have
Yeah,
to find the
sure.
money to cover
Sure.
Right.
or later.
It would have to be from somewhere else, because that's a salary that we're gonna have to pay, so.
Do what?
If we have to find money, it'd have to be from somewhere else, because that's a salary. we have to pay.
Right.
Yes, or let them go. So 6 months?
So I understand her reasoning, but I think it's, at this time with us being short, like we are, let's do 6 months, please.
Okay. So 421.
Somebody let John see, know I made a budget cut in my area.
You're gonna cut down, so you just want me to have every expenditure down, I mean, or just the salary?
That 1301, yeah.
Do you want to do uniforms?
No,
or
no,
just
because
salary?
it's gonna be a cost, whether it's 6 months or 12 months. I think it's just a salary
Alright, just purchase
and the load.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do both salary and fringe, everything has changed. Just divide it.
Operating supplies is sitting there at 1,500. I don't know that, I mean, it's kind of doubled because we have 2 guards. Dan, or Lieutenant Caswell, do you think we need to keep that double, or are we gonna need that much?
You know, Judge, I don't know what they're gonna need at the new building at this point, it's hard to predict.
And moving into
Getting
a
larger and so much.
new
You're opening a whole
facility.
new office right there, so.
I'm assuming they're gonna need a lot of things that we probably haven't thought of once they start going.
Okay.
I hate to just put 0 there.
Well, since we cut the
They can't do
salary,
anything.
since we cut the salary to 6, we'll leave the operating supplies as it is. Uniforms would be the same.
Yes, sir. we still have
Machinery and
to-
equipment probably be the same. And that finishes it. Any thoughts, commissioners? Agreement, disagreement? All right, guys, thank you.
One more,
Oh,
LEOs.
what now?
LEOS,
That's-
1145.
That's on page,
51.
and that's one of those dedicated funds.
Yes.
Funds we receive for training.
So those are funds that you would use for sending candidates to the academy, correct?
That and any other training. I know we have some mandatory training that's been put on hold right now
All right.
because of the COVID, but we're gonna have this crisis intervention training. So as soon as it opens back up, 75% of our staff has to go to it. So that's gonna be a big chunk of money. And then I foresee in the future, there's gonna be some new training requirements coming down.
Did you say that was for COVID?
No, not for COVID.
We had-
Well, we have
Due to
training on
COVID.
hold because of COVID.
We had planned
That
over
crisis
3,000 in
intervention.
training, $3,200 that we'd already paid that we got back as COVID canceled it all through the same. That was just for one class.
But, you know, there's gonna be some more mandated training coming down in the future. That we're gonna have to make sure officers attend.
And you'll have plenty in your fund balance, so if you foresee that you need more money in there, just let us know, budget that.
Stay with foreseeable future, we won't have 50-person classes. So that's why that money's still sitting there. All of our classes got canceled.
Right, that's true. And Fund 86 will be your last fund. You didn't get that sheet? Well,
I mean, the ones that you just gave me the new applications.
okay, well, what do you think that?
Officer Rutledge won't, he won't pull anything or anything during that training, right?
Jesse, did you say another fund?
86, the very last one. Oh, very last one. There you go.
School resource officers.
Have you talked with the school? I don't have enough
Yes, we've been in discussion, all of them planning on,
Here, participating.
participating again.
Are we gonna do a contract with them?
We're sending the numbers out, just for them to review right now.
I didn't have the breakout by school because you usually work that up and send it out to them with the new numbers. And we want to discuss the rate changes and stuff like that, the fringe benefit. So I just put the same in the revenue lines for right now, with the exception of the gaming portion. But that will change according to what is submitted to the schools.
But it shouldn't be significant.
No, it won't be significant. But that's salaries only in that fund, so.
Any questions then? Yep. Okay, thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, we have adult probation, or no, excuse me, juvenile probation. They haven't grown up to be adults yet. Does anybody need 2 minutes before we go? Good?
Didn't quite get that 600 worked on it.
We'll bring you back.
See everybody later.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Hi,
Hi there.
good to have you. We don't get to see you very often.
No, sir.
And you like it that way, huh?
I do, sir.
All right.
Ms. Walker,
What's your department number?
my department number?
700.
You will not have it, it's just a transfer that the
Okay.
county transfers to juvenile,
All right.
but their budget is in a separate set of books.
Okay.
I don't usually come mainly because it's just a transfer, but I'm here if you want to ask me anything.
Was there anything you want to tell us?
Well, no. I will tell you
Yes,
that.
she does.
I will tell you that the state, our TJJD board, Texas Justice Department board, has recommended that we all keep the same funding as they gave us last year. That's still, the LBB will make that decision as to what, right now they're hinting at taking 5% cuts.
Right.
Even if TJJD takes that cut, not necessarily is it passed down to us, to the departments. It can, they get that money just like everybody else from positions that aren't filled and stuff like that. So, right now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of hoping we'll just get what we got last year and be very happy to get it. Is that what I want to say?
That is.
And the other thing is, I heard, and I'm just going to mention this because I heard it, and I don't even get to talk to all of y'all. If you're thinking about putting Mr. Al over our maintenance over there, I can't have adult probation or adult prisoners or anybody like that in my office. It's against the law.
No community service
No, sir.
people
That's right, they can't do it in mine, so.
in your office.
Yes, in my office. Other place,
But they can mow the yard.
Oh, yes, sir. They can do anything else. It's just in our offices. I can't guarantee a child and his family's not gonna walk in or something, so I just wanted to mention that if you got to have,
I think Al's pretty astute to where he can and cannot have probationers, but that's a good heads up.
he's not usually over at our place. I mean, he doesn't do it right now. So I just wanted to mention it in case it comes up sometime. I don't know.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Y'all have any questions?
Oh, man.
Are we allowed to ask how many juvenile probationers y'all typically have on the books?
Ranges. Right now, we're losing them right and left. We hadn't had court in several months, and it doesn't look like we're gonna have court until August. And we probably lost 10 in the last 2 months, the last month and a half, 6 weeks. So normally, we probably have 30 to 40. You know, we've had, you know, it's been down. Right now, you're probably looking at 20. And we've got lots backed up. Some of ours have already joined Mr. Green in the jail. As adults, we have a couple that are in jail, but we're just waiting for court.
How many do you have on staff over there at juvenile?
Myself, Mr. Holliday, Ms. Green, my 2 officers, and Brenda Johnson, my administrative assistant.
Okay.
So there's 4 of us total, me and 3 others. Right now, we've been going and seeing kids standing outside their house, or they've been calling in every week. That's, you know, social distancing. They want us to come in and, no, we'll just, you stay there, we'll stay here, we'll.
Have you had any additional expenses as a result of COVID, dealing with COVID?
I have, but I paid them. We did not have the capability of working from home, and we were taking shifts. My office was always covered, but, you know, Bob, I have several people who have diabetes and high blood pressure and all these other things. So we've been taking turns, 2 of us there at a time, so we're not with each other. But working from home, being on call, and all of our phones, of course, were transferred, we had to get 2 other laptops.
Who furnished those for
I
you?
did. I mean,
What do you mean you did?
well, I got Greg. Greg started them, Andrew finished them, purchased them for me, and I think we paid for them. But it's been marked.
Oh, okay. That's what,
Yeah,
that's
he
what
just
I'm,
didn't-
that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
Because if you weren't, because you're sometimes out of the mainstream of
Right, no,
everything
I
else
didn't.
we're talking about. But if you have additional expenses as a result of COVID, we want to track that
Right.
because we can get reimbursed for that.
Right, and I did. I just knew that he didn't have the money, and I had not used any office equipment, you know, that kind of equipment money.
Uh-huh.
And so I said, if you'll buy them, you code them with me and I'll sign for it, you know. But we did, it was coded.
Okay.
COVID.
Did you have any extra overtime hours or things like that for anybody? Or did you guys have any additional mileage because you had to go to someone's house because they couldn't come in, or?
Using our county vehicles, so it's not any I mean, we go anyhow. It really was not any
Okay.
much extra. If it
Okay.
was, I'd tell you, but, you know, when you're just going from our house to our office to Navasota, it's not something, it's not enough to track.
Okay.
The ones that we usually go, we do go to Plantersville and Richards, and we do that every month anyway. So it's not
Okay.
anything extra.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Anything else?
Thank you.
How's Jerry?
Woo! He goes to the store, and if anybody gets too close, he goes, ah, starts coughing, and everybody backs up.
Tell him I said hello.
I will. He knows my husband, who's something else, but he's doing good, thank you.
Thank you.
My glasses, I thought y'all might have me read Pledge of Allegiance or something.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Miss Mary, why don't we take 5 minutes?
Oh, Mary, not
Oh,
Sherry.
I thought you said Sherry.
Why don't we take 5 minutes to stretch our legs and get comfortable, because it's, you guys are all we have left, right?
Yes.
So, let's do that. Just fine. Just easy, come back.
We're gonna need an hour and a half.
Sorry?
We're gonna need an hour and a half.
I hope not.
I hope not.
Did y'all go to Carol's for lunch today? Those look like Carol's to-go cups. Well, I guess
No.
all of them look the same, but
I went to the Mexican food place.
Juan and Linda, who'd you, same place?
Yeah, but I didn't see you there.
Cause I went to Subway first. The line was too long. Commissioner got his neck packed over there.
I have to tell you, your green beans at the fair the other night, you fix those? Those were awesome.
Appreciate it.
They were awesome. Potatoes were great too, but
Just touch of sugar and touch of garlic salt.
any green beans? Really? That's interesting. I would never thought sugar.
Just a touch of sugar.
Yeah,
and
take
that
the
out.
bit,
Yeah.
that little bitterness, candy taste off.
It helps bring out, the salt and sugar act together.
Yeah, sweet and savory. But it was excellent.
Thank you.
Miss Barrett mentioned that, that's what I was gonna talk to you about, was building maintenance. Nobody's talked to me about it,
The what?
the building maintenance.
Oh,
So I'm just hearing around the way, so that's why I was gonna come visit with you, see.
well, we're trying to, we're not done with that yet. We're trying to capture the cost and see and
Yeah, I
what's
just
gonna be
wanted to get an
beneficial.
understanding, because, keep hearing, Al's visited with me, but other than that, I hadn't gotten it from anybody else.
Well, and he told me he's planning on keeping your lady that's there.
Mhm.
He's planning on keeping Acorn's lady
Mhm.
that's up on North. He said, because right now I can't provide her hire for what they're paying those
No, you
people.
can't. And she comes at their call, pretty much. If something goes on, she comes at their beck and call.
When are we supposed to get the
Al was gonna check,
workforce guys?
they're processing them. But they'll be screened too. They're gonna do screening, just like she was saying. They should be run through the system. They're gonna run background and all that.
Backgrounds and all that? Okay.
That's why they wanted him to help write the job description and tell them what they need. But they're all gonna be background checked.
Yeah, okay.
Sherry was talking about taking those kids, bringing an adult probationer in. When I was here in Anderson, John Spencer and I wanted to take some of our little problem children out to the prison to give them a tour of the.
A little scared straight?
Yeah, and we found out we couldn't do it. They won't let kids go into the prison, the inmates.
I think Sheriff Sal will let anybody visit with advance notice, but.
Yeah.
And her office, because they have a system, it has a whole total room that's locked at all times. Like, even I don't even have access to her office. They have their own security system, and then within their office, they have another room that's totally locked all the time. That all
Is
of
that
their,
so that they can lock them in or something?
no, the privacy of the children.
The other thing we had out there at graduation, the inmates' kids and family could come in when we had graduation out there, because we gave them like 2 hours to visit after the graduation.
See, there you go.
But if there were any inmates in that graduation,
Keep my eyes open.
sexual offenders, they had to go back to their cell. They couldn't stay in there with the kids in there.
I tell you, dealing with discipline, there's some tough deals all around. I don't care if it's kids or adults.
Yeah.
Somebody sent a note to Don Sal and said we decided to defund the sheriff's department. We're gonna have community solicitors. See how that goes over.
Oh, like a leaded balloon.
Man, I can't believe the lack of common sense and intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, you can't judge all by the actions of one or two.
Yeah, I get it.
It's like, I've told people before, I had a counselor that wanted to be a principal, and she wanted me to do her internship. She came in my office and she said, "You have an easy job here dealing with professionals." I started laughing. I got up and shut my door and I said, "Let me tell you something. you're gonna, when you walk into a situation as an administrator, it's just like walking in a classroom. You got people in there that are gonna lie to you, they're gonna steal from you, they'll do everything in the book. It's the same thing. And I've seen quite a bit of it too.
Decide when you want to join us back up on the big table.
I wanted to put in a request to Al to get Commissioner Mallett and myself something built so we can get up, we don't have to sit on the floor anymore.
Sometimes I think he's sleeping on that little
Level, so
cave.
you don't tend to roll.
Yeah, well, that's why I did away with my chair.
Well, I
Because
can
I was
kinda-
rolling, my feet don't hit the ground.
I can sort of knee in the leg over here and be all right.
Well, the thing is, even if your feet touch the ground, you'd still roll
Yeah,
because that thing is gonna take you off like the ball.
I think Diane LaFleur was sitting in Commissioner Mallett's chair for a meeting or something, you know? And she was, I mean, the whole time she was there, she was like, I said, what's the matter? She said, I can't keep this chair still.
Need some brakes on
She
it.
was funny. I mean, she was like holding onto the table and good Lord.
Last year, when we had the tables going this way,
Uh-huh.
I couldn't stay up to the table, I just kept rolling up towards that wall. Like, oh.
So for instance, Tim, if you look at the first one, you only know exactly what happens when you get to the subtotal. So we didn't know.
What you gonna start with, Ms. Mary, non-departmental?
No, 412, page 9.
And not on each page, but when we want to do one report.
All right, we'll reconvene from our break. We're on page 9. We are going to look at Department 412. Miss Mary Nichols, Chief Auditor for Grimes County. Or head on, what are you, Chief, Head,
I'm just
General?
county auditor.
Just County Auditor, okay. Okay, just County Auditor. Now, Commissioners, this is where we're gonna get to 600,000. This is where we're gonna get the big money, all right.
Well, my overall budget did increase, but my expenses decreased. As you can see at the top part, you can see what my salary is. My first assistant, that's MJ. The assistant auditor, and then the second assistant auditor, which is Jesse. And the assistant auditor 2 is Lisa. I have selected a new person.
Oh, your interviews went good?
Good.
Good.
And so, she'll be starting probably around the 6th of July. She's closing on a house on the, well, it was supposed to be on the 12th, but now they've pushed it off till next week. So I told her, I said, well, don't give your notice because, you know, until after you sign on your house, because they'll do another check just before the closing to make sure that, you know, everything is still stable. So I told her I could work around that.
She gonna be a Grimes County resident?
Yes.
Good.
Could you read those names again? I kinda was looking for.
Okay, county auditor is myself.
Mm-hmm,
First assistant is MJ.
mm-hmm,
Assistant auditor will be taking Talita's place.
mm-hmm,
Second assistant auditor is Jesse.
mm-hmm.
And assistant auditor 2 is Lisa.
Okay. So the opening is for the assistant auditor.
Correct.
Okay, so if we skip down to office supplies, I've cut that budget and more than 50%. Get my ruler, trying to see across me. That postage, well, reduced it by $12. Rentals and contracts, that's for my PO box. Repairs and maintenance, $500, that's to have our shredder serviced. Professional services, $700, that's, you can see in 19, we experienced $627, that's having a company come, RCI come, and they go through all of our boxes, and they've already, the ones that were down there when they were here in 19, they went in and labeled them as to exactly what's in them, put their own deal on it, you know, so that they know, and they can look and make sure that everything's still in there. But they'll go through, and everything that has met the deadline for us having to keep by law, then they take it, they shred it right here. And they take it out and shred it. And it's a great service because we don't have to go down there and move any of the boxes around or anything. They take them down, they go through them, and so forth.
Is there potential for cost savings since they came in and already did their own numbering system, or is it kind of what their contract is?
Well, we'll have new boxes for them to go through because we rotate. We usually keep 2 sets or 2 years in our office, and then we rotate the rest of it down there. So, you know, when they do come back, they're going to have at least 2 years worth of stuff to go through again. So, but there is a potential for some cost saving, and especially if we put out a deal, an email or something to all the department heads, if we can have a whole group of people needing to have their records gone through, or a lot of them shredded or something, then we could get them to come and do us a.
Mary, I'd like to put that challenge on you, because I think that's absolutely necessary that we do that, and maybe we can do that right after the first of the calendar year. And the reason for doing that is if those department heads know what they can get rid of legally that doesn't have life eternal listings or 7-year eternal, you know, or 3-year, if we can get all of that, then we don't have to move all of that business over to the new storage facility.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be a whole lot better off. Plus, you know, they might be able to do two departments for the price of one, or 3 departments for the price of 2,
Well,
whatever.
One thing that was so great for us is that a lot of the stuff that's down there in the storage was here before we ever came. And so they know what the guidelines are, what we have to keep and what we don't keep, and how long we have to keep it and all of that. So they go through the boxes, they log it, they know what has to be, and they mark on the box when it can be shredded. So it's beneficial to the department head as well, since, you know, they may not have time to go through their files between now and then and pick out what needs to be kept and what can be gotten rid of. So that's a great service that they offer. And
But I know, like Vanessa, she's got records that are perpetual, but
But we have a lot of stuff we can get rid of, and we've used RCI too. And actually, I've got about 10 to 20 boxes ready to go, but they haven't been operating because of COVID. So we're just kind of waiting on them, and I know Lucy in elections has a lot of
But
stuff.
I'm thinking,
too.
you know, if everybody gets rounded up and do what you can, but
Sure.
then make a schedule where maybe in the month of January, no later than February, we could get a lot of stuff out of here that's no longer necessary for us to keep.
Absolutely.
well, on my part, it would be easier if it's done between October and December, because after the first of the year, then I have the outside auditors here.
Okay, but you get the idea.
Or if there could be some shared expenses between the departments as far as travel.
Yeah, share the
and
cost.
As much as we can.
Right. And like I say, if everybody, if we can do it all at one time, you know, they'll just come and stay for however long they need to stay.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they charge per box,
I think it is per box.
of whatever the rate is per box.
Well, let's get big boxes in.
But if we're gonna do it countywide,
They
I'm
don't
pretty
even get it,
sure
do they?
they'll give us a good price.
Yeah.
Get some refrigerator boxes.
New washing machine.
Now, is that something that has to be accounted for? We're talking about professional services?
Yes.
Okay,
But
so if
I
you,
can work on trying to get some pricing. I'll send out an email and see what kind of response I get. And then I'll contact RCI and find out about what it'll cost and come back. Dues and subscriptions, that's for subscriptions for the newspaper and all of our dues for Texas Association of Counties and Texas Association of County Auditors and the GFOA. Uniforms, I'm debating on that one. We've got 600 budgeted there, but I'm debating on that one. Advertisements and legal notices, cut down to 600 from 1150. I cut down travel and conferences by 1,650. And I think that we'll be fine on that. The travel allowance, I cut it in half. This is something that Judge McCabe set up years ago. But he wanted it down in an expense account. And that's for any traveling that I do within the county to get paid mileage. If I run to the bank or something like that, I don't write it down. It's not enough to, you know, it's not enough to mess with. Machinery and equipment, I took that down to 0.
Okay.
so where did the increase come from?
It came from, primarily from hiring Mary Johnson, first assistant. With her years of service as a county auditor, we, in order to get her, we had to pay her more. Okay, then the next one will be 424. And that starts on page 12, I believe. Yeah. At the bottom of page 12 is office supplies. That is primarily to purchase paper for the copy machine in here, or paper that other people use. HR buys their own paper. This is just paper that other departments and the public use. Do you want to go down line by line, or what do you want to do?
Well, I think it would be appropriate, since we're going line by line on others, it'd be appropriate for just us to put our eyes upon it.
Okay. All right, postage, we budget 4,000 because that's what we pay out every time we refill the postage machine in HR. It's $4,000. Then on a monthly basis, as the departments send out their mail, they give us a list and we divvy it up and charge the departments and credit this line item.
And Commissioners, please don't be bashful about asking, because a lot of these are, how do I say it? So we're not really making donations to them. We're making contributions to their existence, and if you don't know that what their existence is or what they do, then I think you ought to ask to satisfy in your mind that it's a worthy cause that we're giving taxpayer dollars to, so. Okay,
Okay, first aid supplies, we've moved that to Al Peeler's budget. Attorneys, that's if, the county gets into any litigation, a nominal $5,000, that's not gonna cover much, but that gives us a little bit to get started with.
when would we hire an attorney outside versus having John C.?
When it's something John C. doesn't feel comfortable handling,
Okay.
or or it's a conflict of interest for him.
You know, we hired one, a couple of years back, when we were going to, was it with Mr. Cook or somebody? It was something we hired an attorney for a couple of years back. And we had about 20,000 in there, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. When we know, like, I'll ask John C., do you know of any litigation that
Oh.
the county may be coming up on? That's
For the
that would-
taxes.
Huh?
It was where we were fighting somebody that for ad valorem taxes.
Another,
Oh,
another,
yeah.
another one we hired was to, go to the PUC at one of the power lines were coming through here also. I
Yeah.
think we spent $10,000 on that one
Mhm.
back in 15.
Somebody was fighting to get some money back from ad valorem, where they'd
Yes.
overpaid or something.
TMPA, not TMPA,
Tenacity.
Tenacity.
Yeah.
But there's also been a few other things. We've budgeted as much as 25,000. Even one time we budgeted, I think, 50,000 in there. But 5,000 is enough to get them in the door. And then if we, need them, we'll come back for a budget amendment.
Did we do anything with high-speed rail? We didn't do an internal.
No,
No.
that's Texans Against High Speed Rail is the organization that's funding.
I thought when they did something in our roads, but John C., I guess, handled
But
that.
he handled all of that.
He sure did.
Okay, the next one is our outside auditors line item. And, gotta look at their contract. We probably, I'm gonna have to look at the contract. It may be up. Can't remember. If not, it'll be up next year.
How often do we change firms? I mean, I mean, ideally, shouldn't we change firms every now and then?
Every now and then, it doesn't hurt to change.
Not because they do a bad job, but you don't want them to get too comfortable with.
Right. We went out for sealed bids, and, that's common practice
Sure.
whenever you're gonna do that. And, they won our last competitive bid.
Okay.
So,
Is there additional expenses this year?
We did that in about
well,
2015.
we never know from
whatever.
one year to
No.
the next if we're gonna
Whenever
have to have a
Judge
single
Lamont was
audit,
here.
which
We
is,
did,
if
went
we
out to
need to
bid,
get,
17.
what is it, $750,000, Jesse?
On the grants for the single audit, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to talk with our FI.
Multitask.
No, well, I'm trying to get that report to print out, so it's FI that I'm contacting. Anyways, yes, anything over 750 that we receive federally or over 750 that we receive by state grant funds, then we have to have a single audit.
That single audit's around 25,000 or so.
No, I think they charged us $5,000 this last time, this year.
So could that number be down based on where, or is it not a
We-
set price that's negotiated upon each year that you have to negotiate on it, or is it?
It's not that we have to negotiate, but they do have a variance, and so I guess in a way it depends on how much they
How
can
much
pay.
work has to be done each year? Okay, so that's.
And this year, I am not looking forward to it with the switch of the software because it's gonna be a nightmare. And they might charge us more just because of that, I don't know.
So you're anticipating it going up? Or-
I don't think it'll go up above 55. Anderson Food Bank, that's one of the donations that's made. Iola Food Bank, Medi's Food Bank, those are donations. The City of Navasota Library, that is also a donation.
Does anybody have a feel on that? Does anybody have a feel, Commissioner, yourself and Commissioner Cox, on the City of Navasota Library? I mean, do y'all use it or know people that use it?
They wrote a
or-
request.
Yeah.
It's
I know people
countywide
use it all the time.
usage.
Sorry?
Yes.
I know people that use it all the time, every day.
Mm-hmm. They live at the library.
There's a lot of people that use it. It's kind of one of those deals that, for whatever reason, it's kind of just there and you either use it or you don't.
Right.
There are a lot of people that
Right.
don't use it.
Under normal conditions, some people have to drive their kids in, if they have projects that live in rural areas that they're
Mhm.
not able to upload swift, pretty fast. They can go there.
I mean, I personally never had any feedback other than from like this, but
I know there's several seniors that use it that aren't as tech savvy as,
yeah,
and they like holding the book.
okay, thank you.
And is it, I guess, an independent library, or is it owned by the city of
It's
Navasota?
owned by the city. Actually, the county sold it to the city. I found the records way back when. Yeah. So the city owns it and
Yeah.
operates it.
It's just something we pay so that any citizen in Grimes County can go and have free access to.
So what, do we pay them $11,500 to take it, or? Okay, probably not.
Crime Stoppers, another donation. Solid Waste Contingency Fee, this is money that is court ordered to pay to the Trant family. And it did increase this year, so.
Is that for the landfill?
Yes, for the landfill.
How long will that be in effect?
I think it's 2024.
And that's collected through the fees, right?
It's, yeah, we get a fee from, Twin Cities.
Twin Oaks?
Twin Oaks.
I was like,
Twin Cities.
That's Star. Twin
It
Cities.
is run by the Twin Cities over there.
Okay, then, Medi's Creek Soil and Water District. Brazos Valley Council of Governments, that line was moved in with, now below into dues and subscriptions. So, let's see here. National Alliance on Mental Illness, they requested 2,000, I guess.
Is that new? I've never seen that.
Yeah, you've seen it, it's called NAMI.
NAMI?
Mhm. It was on here before, it was probably just a different number.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see it on the next page, middle of the page, it's 8153. The next one is RSVP. I don't know what that is.
Senior services.
Okay, senior services.
Volunteer. Retired, senior services.
Okay. That's $1,125. Autopsies, this one is volatile, you never know. Some years we go over, some years we're under. I noticed that in Brenda Williams, on the pauper burials, she's already over budget this year, so we are gonna need to do a budget amendment on her budget for that. And I really don't see why we couldn't just move it from one of these lines.
And it's also something y'all see, Judge, JP's.
Right. Right.
Rentals and contracts. It's set at 25. It doesn't look like we've been using it, but we have. It's just been coded to the wrong line item, and I thought I had done a journal entry for that. So I'm gonna have to check on that. What we budgeted in there, 20,000 of what we budgeted in there was for the Chamber of Commerce, for them getting that interactive calendar and website going. So I know the judge has got a call in to Johnny, and surely we can reduce that this year.
And that's retired and senior volunteer program is what that stands for.
Retired and senior volunteer program. Okay. Rentals and contracts telephone, that's no longer in this budget, neither is website service. Strategic plan implementation, the 10,000 you see in actual, that is what we've paid to the chamber thus far. We've been paid on 5,000 a quarter, so I know that journal entry's got to be done. We've got budgeted 5,000 next year, and Judge, I believe you were going to ask if anybody knew whether or not they were going to need any expenditures for that.
That's correct.
You
know-
saying that strategic planning?
4408.
That was just, we have that in there, and the question is, do any of y'all know of any expenditures that you're going to need to complete any of the strategic plan issues or items that we have?
We had something that came up this year that was strategic plan, and that's where we got it from. Was it this year or last year?
That's where you got the amount of budget for 2021?
We used it for something else.
I don't recall that.
I don't recall that either. I can look in Hill Country and see if there's an expense that was paid out.
Not saying we didn't, I just don't recall it.
Well, it shows here $10,000 was spent.
I remember us
But I know-
using it
I
for
think-
something, because we used it for, we got it at the
10,000
strategic
of that
plan, and I
was,
thought,
was also the chamber in 19.
maybe we can look and see what was coded.
Are you
Get an
saying
idea.
it was for this year or for last year?
Is
It might have been
that
last
possibly
year,
for economic development with the chamber?
No, that's a $20,000 contract that we have for that.
It was something we did, and it involved the strategic, it involved the strategic, it could have been strategic planning, so we took it from there. I don't remember what it was, but. So I think we need to keep something in there, because until we find out what it was.
Well, we have 5,000 budgeted, but, and that was, I didn't have anything specific, but I'm hoping that once we get a few of these issues behind us, we'll refocus back on that strategic plan, because we owe it to the citizens. It's their plan, and, you know, we need to get it updated, what's completed, or there might be some things that are no longer being considered because of other issues that have come up, or other activities have been completed.
Shouldn't
So
some of
it
that
could
money be
be-
used for the animal shelter?
It-
I mean, wasn't that part of the strategic plan?
Well, the animal shelter is an item on the strategic plan. This money was not allocated for something like that.
Was it when we redid the website?
I can't tell you, Commissioner, I don't know.
Yes, that was, but the 5,000, we do pay Chamber of Commerce 5,000 every quarter. So I don't know if maybe that's what you're thinking of. when you
No,
say
it was
no.
something that popped up and we attributed to the strategic plan.
So it may have been a few years back, because 19, that's pretty much
So it wasn't in 19?
not a $5,000 amount. Are you, I'm sure that it was a $5,000 amount? Or
I don't know what the amount was, I just know we
there
took
was
it
a
from
different
strategic
expense
plan.
that came through.
Okay, well, we'll
Did we
keep our eye
originally
on
set
it.
that line item up when we actually were preparing the plan, doing the plan?
Yeah, 'cause it says
Yes.
implementation.
So, I mean, maybe that one needs to probably go away now, I think,
No, we're still working on the plan.
Well, but
But you can budget in however, certain things that we could do. Most of that plan needs to kind of go into our actual budget. Anything that we do instead of just, this, I believe, was actually
this was
the
paid.
formation of it, the expenses that were
Yeah.
required with what we actually.
I thought that even
created.
after we did that, we decided to leave something in there in case we had to implement something in the plan.
No, it's, the implementation of the plan is like what Chad said. Anything that we do in there is through our budget, because it is part of the budget. For instance, like the radios that we purchased for the different departments, all of that's in our regular budget.
But it wasn't an issue on the strategic plan, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And that might have been what it was if we didn't. Don't y'all remember we had to find some? That might have been what it was when we got those radios that
Oh,
we.
the installation and the trucks and all of that?
Yes. Let's look and
But
see what it is.
I think we just put some money back in there in case we wanted to go back and have meetings somewhere.
And we might still need to.
Yeah, to update the.
Well, I remember the first year that I did the budget, then Mary said, this is not our slush fund, because we don't have a slush fund, but we're keeping some extra monies in here. It may not ultimately go to the strategic plan, but if we need it for somewhere else,
Yeah.
we have it here, so.
Yeah, and it may have been those radios.
Yeah, we did have to find other funding
We did.
for the radio.
All right, well, we'll give that some more research.
Then we drop on down, the next 4 lines have been moved to IT. Dues and subscriptions, 9225, that's what
You
the
moved.
countywide dues add up to from several different things.
Yes.
Can I interrupt you for one moment?
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Morris is working on this, and you know how hard sometimes. Can I ask a quick question? Really quick? Morris is with our FI company. So y'all had mentioned that you don't have the titles. Would this, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
This is how it would read if he did put the title. So it would have the fund, and then it would have this at the beginning of it, and then you have it at the total, but then it runs into your next one.
That's okay. That looks
Okay.
good.
Do you want to see it really quick so I can tell him, yes, it looks good, no, it doesn't? So it would end up having the 10, the fund, and then the department, and then you go down here, and here's your total, but then it runs
Yeah.
into
Oh,
the
it's
other
good.
one. Good.
Because I'm like,
Because they were having a hard time with finding everything, so it would start out.
it had position title
Close to your
there,
drink, I'm
so
sorry.
he just put
It
the
would
title
start
there.
out with the fund and then the department, and you come down and you have the totals, but then it runs into the next line.
Yeah.
Okay. I skipped you, Commissioner Fox, I'll come back.
It's okay.
It's-
Kind of hard to see
Don't
that.
you love
I don't
it?
like that light on.
Okay, so you have the fund and then.
For those out in the viewing world, that's Jesse Murphy.
Okay, really? Don't call me out like that.
Gee, Henry said it's not gonna work.
Oh, did you say it's not gonna work? Okay. So it runs down with this and has your title, and then here's your total, but then it runs into it again. Okay, just as long as it's easier to read, and he's working on it currently, so I'd like to just say yay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We're a multitasking commissioners court.
We
By
are.
golly. All right.
You have to be able to multitask to be able to work in doctor.
All right, we're at dues and we're at dues and subscriptions.
Yeah, that's like our Texas Association of County dues for the county-wide thing. That's our membership dues to the BB-COG. I'm trying to remember what some of the others are. But we did add them up and they came to the 92.5.
Are we a member of National Association of Counties?
I believe so.
Okay.
Child
Judge, I
welfare,
thought you knew, because didn't you go with them somewhere?
I did, but that was on the, I went with BB Cog.
Okay.
So, I went as a board member.
next thing is the Child Welfare Board, and that is something that we give to support the children that are in foster care from our county. Voices for Children, and that again is a contribution to that organization for helping kids. The BDI's Library, 5,000. Christian Community Services in Navasota, 3,000. Back to School Program, 4,500. And this is usually spent in July and August, just before school starts back. Miss Barbara has helped with this quite a bit the last couple of years. And what it is they go out, they get donations if they can, and get school supplies, backpacks, and all of that for as many of the kids as they can.
And can I speak to on
Yes.
something? It used to be called STAR, but in speaking to the director of STAR, we had a problem last year. They felt like it should come out of our coffers and go over into theirs, then come back to ours. So we just felt like maybe, you know, you had more control, then it go over there and it never come back to the children here. So once it got over there, we had no control over whether it comes back.
Post Oak, RC&D, 400. We've got 20,688.01 budgeted in miscellaneous, and this line item, that is fluff, but, and it can be cut, that's totally up to y'all. Like last year when we had to go through to the expense of putting up the fence over at the district attorney's office and all those lights and stuff. If we had this available, it could have come out of this instead of out of Al's regular budget. Since it was unplanned, unforeseen. Years ago, we used to have quite a bit of money in the miscellaneous. I don't think we need a lot of money in there, but it does come in handy from time to time if an air conditioner goes out or any kind of major thing that happens that we don't have budgeted anywhere else in the.
I think one time we had an AC unit over at the annex that went out. It was $10,000.
So.
Is there another name we could call it besides miscellaneous, like a? some
Slush
sort of
fund.
Rainy day.
It's not a slush fund, it is,
The rainy day.
Emergency, got a rainy day fund, or what do we want to call it?
Yeah, because we've done away with
Sounds
miscellaneous.
better than miscellaneous, so I
Yeah.
understand, that's what it's for, it's for.
Slush fund would be better than miscellaneous.
Well, you do have miscellaneous sometimes.
Just, but it, you know, I guess looking at miscellaneous, I guess.
If somebody
that's how
ever
we
wanted to
call
know,
it.
they could also visit, we're a government, they could pull the ledgers.
Budget shortcomings.
Why is the amount
Such an odd amount,
right?
because that's the amount we came up with last year.
You see what it used to be in
Hard to
18?
balance the budget.
Yes, yeah.
Well, in 18, the reason it was so high, it wasn't budgeted.
It was amended
It
to
was,
that.
the reason it was so high in 18 is because we had to pay back
Yeah.
200, I forget exactly the dollar amount, in sales tax.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that, we didn't have anything budgeted then. So that hit us hard.
But the money to the penny was to balance, essentially
budget.
balance the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do y'all want to change the name of it? Do y'all want to leave it?
I think it is what it is. It's miscellaneous.
No, you could change the amount to be just an even 20,000, and then we would just, if we needed somewhere, that's usually where, like you said, where we either add a little bit or usually take away is what it is from that one, so.
No, I didn't see the 688
Yeah.
oh 1. Is that the wrong
Oh,
one?
one, yes. So, I mean, you could do 2,700 if you want to. Something where it's just.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all want to take it down to just plain 20,000?
20,000, let's do that.
Knowing it will probably change.
Yeah. Okay, MHMR, we pay them $10,000 a year. Navasota Soil and Water Conservation District, $2,500.
Can we back up to MHMR for just a second?
Sure.
When the jail was in here presenting, they used MHMR for services. What is this $10,000 in this budget?
Not for inmates.
It's not for inmates. Judge, do you have your letter from MHMR?
I do.
Is it like
I don't have it right here.
You don't have it right there?
MHMR provides counseling for,
Yep.
Here.
For the mental health, and it's outside of the inmate population.
yeah,
It
it's
just
general
says,
pop.
see attached letter. Which I don't see an attached letter. Okay.
Like some of them.
Yeah.
They also
It
provide
says
services.
the
for
dollar value
disabled.
of the services delivered to Grimes County residents is in excess of $900,000. Grimes County residents account for 7% of the total cost served in a 7-county region. This is for people who fall below the federal poverty level. This is to help them generate a match for the funds received from the state general revenue.
Here it is. It's the attached line.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Right. Navasota Soil Water Conservation District, 2,500. Health for O'Brien, 2,000. The next line, security panic buttons, that's moved to IT. Internet's moved to IT. The 1115 waiver is $525,000. St. Joseph pays us that amount of money in rent for the Navasota Hospital. And then when we load this up, they load it up whenever we can load somebody up, and the federal government matches anywhere from $1 to $3 per $1. And so it varies. It's not always the same, correct?
It's from year to year, right?
Yeah, from year to year.
It's decreasing.
Fidelity bonds, that's for the bonds that all the elected officials and myself and everybody that has to have a bond. insurance. This is property insurance and machinery and equipment insurance. It is going up. I've got to check and see if they've paid the last one. It's due July 1st, so I need to check and make sure that that's been paid.
And how often?
Is it covering the new justice center, 6 months of a new justice center?
No, I need to talk to them about that.
Do we pay them quarterly, or how often are we paying them?
They bill us for the machinery and equipment either the first of the year or the middle of the year. And then for the property and the buildings and stuff, they bill us either in June or January. So we get 2 separate bills, and they just divide it up to where it fits us in January and in June or July.
So that increase was due just because you believe an increase on the buildings we currently have, or did we talk about that?
I think we talked a little bit about it, but I do need to call them and double check, because they had forewarned me that the rates were going up, partly because of the project over there at the courthouse. You know, that's.
Claims.
Huh?
Claims driving it up.
Yes, claims drive it up.
Is there insurance while this is being constructed as well? Anything during a certain completion, if something happens, is that anything that needs to be insured?
Well, I do need to talk to them about that.
Or is that something the builder carries?
Yeah, the contractor is up to that point. I mean, natural disaster or something comes through, that's not part of it. Because they would be out of the expense that they already did, so it wouldn't be, unless it's something they aren't covering, I would look into that. They have insurance for that.
Workers' comp, we had 90,000 budgeted this year, and I believe it's gonna be right there or just a little above 90,000 for the whole year. And so, and because we've had some claims, it's going up too. Utilities, 200,000, I think that's gonna be ample to cover the new building. Sexual Assault Resource Center, $1,200. Shiro Civic Association, $600. They provide senior meals, but they've gone around and gotten sponsors in their area to help, and they said last year that $600 would help them be able to do it once a month throughout the year.
There's been a lot of participation, from what I understand with that too.
Grimes County Senior Citizens, 6,000. Grimes County Progressive Association, 6,000. This is the budget that doesn't everything. Grimes St. Joseph Hospital, this is for repairs and maintenance at the hospital. If it's small stuff, I believe the hospital takes care of it. Is that correct, Ms. Barbara?
No, it's up to anything over 1,000. Anything over 1,000, and mostly it's outside. It's not anything inside the building. They cover what's inside the building. This is pertaining to the outside exteriors and stuff like that.
But we went in halves with them a few years ago on.
A chiller.
Chiller, yeah. Okay.
Windows, we cover windows, chillers, exterior. And last year when we did the 29 and 18, that was redoing the exterior. 19, That was to finish the exterior. And then they had a wish list, but she wanted to visit with it. So I'm waiting on her to get back with it.
Well, that reminded me too, I think they mentioned the possibility of increasing rent, and we would cover a lot of the maintenance of the building in some way, which would benefit both parties. I don't know.
They hadn't gotten back with
Yeah,
us
we haven't.
because they changed on, they got bought out.
Oh,
So
okay, so they-
now they have a maintenance department, and I think they're trying to
Okay,
get that
so
all
that's what
going.
changed on that.
Isn't that what the letter said, Miss Mary? I left it in the car.
I've read too many things.
Yes.
before I'm not-
They have somebody, a department now that does the maintenance over all of their facilities on the inside. That's not us.
Right. Okay, and once you hear from them on what they're requesting for next year, you can let me know if we can reduce that. Estray expenses, we budget 7,000. In 18, we actually went over budget. Last year, we were under.
That's
So far
animals?
this year, yes, that's when they call a cowboy out to wrangle up some cattle or a mule or whatever kind of animal gets out, and we pay the cowboy and.
Hotel expenses.
Huh?
I said, and hotel expenses.
Put them up at the feed lot and so forth. First responders, that has 0 in it because this line item was moved to David Lilly's budget. Since he's over the emergency services, Judge Falk thought it would be wise to go ahead and put the first responders and the next line, BB Wax, annual maintenance, over into his budget. Okay, nothing in machinery and equipment. Capital lease on the postage machine, $41.50. We're billed quarterly on that. I've got to get with Toledo and see when that lease is up, because I think about every 4 years they switch out machines on us. And that's it for 424.
No birthday party?
No, not for 25 more, 23 more years.
Go ahead and rename that or just take it out?
It'll come out, it's just that because it has experience in it.
Report.
Are we having any kind of party when we move?
I think we ought to have some type of grand opening showcase.
Strategic plan.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I
Strategic
think
plan.
the chamber probably could do a grand opening.
Yep, absolutely, a ribbon cutting. You bet.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
433?
433. And that starts at the page 17. It's got the salaries in there. I want to say this, I talked with Judge Kramer, and he's gonna talk to, Mr. Mormon, who will be taking his place, January 1, and he's gonna have Mr. Mormon contact me and go over these figures. I know that he doesn't qualify. I don't know if we'll be giving him a supplement this first year or not. I kind of gotta wait and see on that. I'm gonna try to find it out. I know he can only make X amount of dollars, cannot make over that. So, so I'm still waiting to hear on that part. So So the 3689, it won't go any higher than that, and it may go away. The 61,000, that is for his court coordinator and his assistant court coordinator. We're billed quarterly for them. And also it covers part of the court reporter. The county pays his court reporter around $800 a month, a pay period. And then the rest of their funds come from Walker County. Walker County does bill me for their retirement and their insurance, as well as that for the other two ladies as well. Okay. I do want to bring attention to jury pay. It's been marked out of this budget because we've created a new fund that is a jury service fund. Monies are collected from the county clerk, the district clerk, and also the JPs. And those monies will start being put into a new fund called the Jury Services Fund. In doing that, we can annually request a refund from the state. So like when we have a jury trial and we are paying all those jurors $40 a day, we'll get $34 of that back for each day. So that is, that's something that we haven't ever done before, but it's gonna be mandatory in, is it January of 21 or 22?
Can't remember.
I think it's January 22, and we just want to get ahead of the game on it a little bit. So to start it off, we're going to have to transfer some money in there from general fund. And we may have to do that for a year or two, I'm not sure yet. But then as we get reimbursements from the state, we can either let that build up in there so that we don't have to transfer anymore, or we can see about paying the county back.
But that's where that money went.
Yes. That's where that money is.
15,000?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, then we can drop down to office supplies. $230. I don't know, that's another reason that I want to meet with the two incoming new judges. I don't know what all they're gonna need. And I don't know, I know Judge McKay, he's written a manual for the guy coming in after him. And just every day, he just writes something new in there about how things are handled. And so I'm sure that we'll have to buy each one of them a robe, because they're not gonna wanna be carrying their robes around to the different counties and stuff. I don't know if the furniture that's in the district judge office right now is gonna be sufficient for him, a district judge and his staff. So we've gotta look at that as well. Let's see. It's not listed on this one because he's not ever used it, but in Judge McCabe's, you'll see a deal for monitoring. And it's when they either do the drug monitoring or alcohol monitoring or the ankle bracelet.
Residents.
And Judge Kramer said if they can't afford to pay for it, they can sit in jail. So that's his take on it. And he said, he'll talk with Mr. Norman and see if, he wants to put some money, budget some money in there for that. Okay. $3,500 is all that we've got budgeted in there for court order evaluations and witnessing. Rentals and contracts, nothing. Miscellaneous. We put 250 in there, and that's about what it would cost for a road. Expert witness fees, 7,500. We never know when you're gonna have to have a coroner come and testify, or a psychiatrist, or, you know, whatever. And they have their fees, and we have to pay them. Victim witness expense, $1,500. This is in both of the district judges' budgets, and it's there to help Brenda out if she is just overtaken by crime victims. She has some money budgeted in there, but the district judges want to have a little bit in there in case she needs a little extra. Statement of facts, $9,000. One order of statement of facts could cost that amount. So it just depends. You can see in 19, we spent $6,600 on statement of facts.
Facts should be free.
Court-related travel. This is where we pay the mileage for his court reporter and court coordinator to come from Walker County to Grimes County. Other court expenses, Walker County. This is where when we have court-appointed attorneys, any expenses that they have, other litigation expenses, if they had to hire an investigator, whatever, we have them break that out on their voucher. And once a year, Jesse does a report to the state, and we get a portion, right? We get a little bit back, not a whole lot. Yeah, definitely. On the indigent defense. So,
Unfunded mandates.
yes.
That's what it is.
The court-appointed attorneys. We've got 85,000 in there. Of course, this year, they haven't been having as much court. Last year, you can see he used 75, used 75 the year before. It all depends on how many crimes we have and that are brought forward. Second Administrative Judicial District, this, we have to pay this Administrative Judicial District, I believe it's once a year. Visiting judges, in case the district judge is sick or something like that, and we have to have a visiting judge come in and take his place. They get a very nominal amount to come in, but it's retired district judges. And so the state does supplement them, but we still pay them a little bit. And we also pay them for a meal and travel. Rental of courtroom space. Hopefully we will not need that. But we have on occasion had to rent the now Anderson Town Hall, and we've had courts over there quite a few times in the 14 and a half years I've been here. So, other court miscellaneous. Oh, I think I already did that one, didn't I? Yeah, that's the one where Jesse does the report once a year.
Good.
The next one right underneath that is the juvenile board. The juvenile board is made up of the 2 district judges, the county judge and the county court at law judge, and they all get a small stipend. As you can see, I don't know who's on 8 and 9, that's probably the 2 district judges. And then the county judge and the county court at law judge get $1,451 a year.
That may change with the new judges coming in.
That's true.
Because I know the 2 district judges, they had the longevity and can make up to a certain, there was some kind of, they couldn't make over a certain amount, I think, so we had to cut it short.
Yeah.
I believe, but stated, so that may change, but it won't change by a large amount.
All right, then we'll go to 439. And that is on page 21. We are not sure exactly how we are gonna, truly budget for the salaries for the court reporter and, court coordinator for the 506. I get billed once a year, and, you know, they bill us salary, FICA, group insurance, retirement, all of that, the whole load and everything. But like I said, they only bill us once a year. And with the system that we have now, it's a position-driven expense and for salary. So we've got to talk with FI and see how we're going to handle that. I know Jesse has made notes to talk with them about it and see what their suggestions might be.
Well, would there potentially be more court being held once we actually have this
Yes.
built too?
Yes, but
So-
you have to remember
But
these
it's only
two.
gonna be for 4 to 6 months. so-
Well, yeah, because these 2 new district judges, they're gonna have to get all their training in, you know.
Before they actually start.
Yeah, and so I know that Mr. Cheney, that's gonna be taking Judge McKegg's place, I believe he's been going to some of the trainings. So, you know, we're not gonna see as much court in 21's physical budget. In 22, it should be booming. So,
So there could be potential higher salaries for their coordinators and stuff.
Could be,
But it may not be that impactful, like you said, for the 21.
right. Well, see, you know, they've already billed us for, it was actually last fiscal year. Waller County is on a January 1, December 31 fiscal year. So it's usually about March or April that I get the bill. And we paid them $50,301 this year for those salaries. And so I've got budgeted $62,000, so I know they're not gonna give them that much. Okay. Here again, we took the jury pay out, and moved it to the jury fund. And if we drop down to office supplies, we've got budgeted $470 there. I know that Judge McKay, in order to make sure he's got coffee over here, they buy some coffee and creamer and sugar for him and then also for the jurors. And they take it out of that line item. $9,500 on court ordered evaluations and lunacy. I took that up, $2,500. Judge McKay he's looked over this, and he said everything looked good to him. He, the only real change, I think, besides that is down on 4452, defendant monitoring. He had budgeted 10,000 this year, and he said he thought we would be fine to go down to 6,000 on that. Expert witness fees, he's got 15,000, and you can see he's right at that right now for this year. Next, victim witness expenses, same as Judge Kramer, $1,500. Statement of facts, 10,000. You can see in 18 he used 12,535, and in 19 he used $21,000 in statement of facts. So the 10,000 is good for about one trial. Okay, court-appointed attorneys set at 135,000. You can look at the previous 2 years. 18 was $139,863, and 2019 was $156,697. And even with the COVID-19, he's at 75,672 right now. So, other court miscellaneous, these are the items that I told you that are put on the attorney vouchers that are other than litigation expenses or other litigation expenses. And that's how we get the money back for our indigent defense fund. Machinery and equipment, we put 2,500 in there. Judge McKeag wanted that to stay, and because he said he doesn't have any idea what they're going to need to buy. And, you know, with 2,500 in his budget, we didn't put anything in Judge Kramer's budget. And until I actually get to meet Mr. Mormon, and I've met Mr. Cheney, but until I get to meet with them and go over the budget and make sure they're comfortable with it, make sure they understand everything about it and stuff, that's where we stand on that. What's next, Jesse?
Well, on the schedule, that's all I have to
Okay.
discuss.
Page 30, indigent healthcare.
Do we have that today? It's on here?
On the schedule, no.
It's not on the schedule, but I'm booked for the
And what is it?
indigent healthcare.
It's how much? I mean, what?
Page
It's on
30.
page 30.
I mean, the department, that's what I'm saying.
It's 478. It's just 2 lines. Judge, I really feel like the 25,000 that we have budgeted for hospital medical is probably not going to be enough, since we're already at over 15,000 at this point. This is to pay for the difference between what Medicare, Medicaid pays, and BBCOG is the administrator over this, and they send the bills to us after they've exhausted all other funds to pay for a bill, and then we have to pay what's left over. But because it goes through Medicare and Medicaid, the prices are reduced. So it's not as bad, but if somebody's in the hospital for 4 or 5 days, you know, that's gonna be $8,000 or $9,000 easy. So, and we've had some that are that way. So,
Do you see that amount increasing because of the pandemic?
I think that's part of it. I think people are, you know, getting out and seeing their doctors, even though the doctors aren't seeing that many. But it seems like that they are going more to the doctors, and You know, we pay for x-rays, we pay, you name it, we pay for it.
Like, 2 previous years is 5,000 or 4,000. Is that something that was in a different line item, or is that just?
No.
That was a lot less at the time?
It was a lot less at the time. And this is, if I were to pull the history on you, you would see it. It has its ups and downs. And that's like on Brenda Williams, on her miscellaneous line for pauper burials. It goes up and down. And so, you know, it's a shot in the dark on a lot of this. But I am concerned if the 25,000 will be enough, but we can always come back and do a budget amendment if it's not. And the 23.5 is what we pay BD for administering that. And believe me, it's well worth it.
Thank you.
I was going to touch on Fund 30 is County Court Technology Fund. And that's at the bottom of page 41. All that we have in there is revenue, and I'll have to look, I don't remember off the top of my head what the fund balance is in that, but there is some fund balance, and that is also some money that can be used for anything that's technology related in the new building. And we have that for our county court, and then in Fund 32, we have it in the district court.
Does this have it in there, Ms. Hill?
Yes, county court, it's on page 52. County court only has 2,500 in there. And then we discussed district earlier, it was 21. We didn't list that in the email, Judge, that we, Toledo sent over to you, only because it was such a small amount. But that is available to be used as well. Do you see it where I'm coming?
The JP?
No, she was talking about the county court technology. It's the third one on page
Okay,
92.
I see it.
So if you mark these pages, Commissioner Walker, these are at the end of the fiscal year 2019. So you can always look at these ending balances, and it starts on page 51. That is our audited fund balance, and it's always going to be for the year prior, the year before, or prior to what we're currently in. And then you also want to keep in mind about what's budgeted for fiscal year 20, because although there may be $200,000 in there, they could have budgeted to be spent $100,000. So you really don't have that 200, you know, I mean, it's in there, and if they choose not to spend it and just budget it, well, then it's still in there. But if they spend it, it's available to them to spend, so you've got to keep that in mind.
So such as records management.
Yes, ma'am, that is one that you don't just want to go off the audited, because they're spending in that fund.
But that's where that law library amount is, that 98.
No, law library is its own, it's the fourth one on page 52.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This
Yes.
morning we talked about the 98,000 that was in there.
Yes, yes, it's not in records management though.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
No.
okay,
I was just talking about, I see it here.
Uh-huh.
So what are the things like, what is this appellate judicial system?
These are all fees that we collect, and they're restricted with certain, to be expended certain ways. The appellate judicial system, do you want to speak to that?
We pay a certain amount to the appellate courts. I guess maybe it's more like an administration fee that we pay. We're dwindling down that fund balance little by little.
I just saw it had a large amount.
Yes, ma'am.
911, that's her grant? Is that the money she
That's not
received?
her grant, she has her own fund, so.
From fees?
Yeah.
Is it from fees?
Well, she has her own fund, so even if we transfer money in there, she doesn't expend her entire budget, then that revenue is gonna roll into your fund balance because we transfer all of it, and that's based upon her budget.
Yeah, she does get a small portion from DD.
She does, she does,
That's what I was thinking she did.
but that balance doesn't roll over from DD pockets from
Right.
our transfers,
Okay, commissioners, y'all ready to call it a day?
Yes.
All right, and tomorrow, no, you wanna keep on going?
Oh,
I'm along for the ride.
Okay.
Whatever you think.
Well, I'm going to adjourn this workshop.
we did.
Is there a first?
I make the motion we adjourn.
No, we've got a new meeting on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that's right.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?